what the other side, what the opposite side or would actually be. All that stuff. Like when stuff is built in, you just accept it. You don't really, until you actually engage with it. For most people, they don't really give it any thought. So like you go home, you don't have any running water. You call somebody who is an expert in running water, and you just expect them to fix it. You don't really care to learn about why your water went out. You just, hey, my faucets don't work. My bath nothing works. I need you to fix it for me. And then when they don't fix it, you feel away, not understanding what actually goes into all of that.
Right now, Mr. Beast is building wells all across Africa. And I feel like it's only a matter of time before he has to come back in and build more wells right where in the same exact place. Like, do you realize Africa had the well building problem solved? And then they kicked all the white people out, and now they have to bring white people back in to build wells again.
Why is that though?
The why
Okay.
is, the why is uncomfortable, but Frank Zan, he has a great channel, and he often gets into discussions explaining the why. Like the idea that there's no word for, so therefore no concept of maintenance in the entire set of African linguistics. And so it just presents the
Mm-hmm.
problem of like, instead of building wells, maybe you should let them be. I know it sounds awful, right? It sounds awful, but hear me out. Hear me out. What if helping them is actually not helping them?
Yeah, I mean, I get the point of what you're
Mm.
stating. It's the whole chick and its egg type of thing. You help the chick out of the egg, and it's gonna eventually die. It's like it breaking out of
Right.
its own egg is part of the process of natural life that allows it to get the strength it needs to survive on outside of the egg. So yeah, I get the
Mm-hmm.
point. Yeah, there was a
Yeah.
comment I think I would like to explore. I think it was Ty. He said something in the chat about survival. I think. Let me see if I could scroll up to it or something. But yeah, he said that everything is out of the window when it comes to survival principles too. And I don't know, because if you throw principles out of the equation, civilization isn't gonna instantly collapse, but it will unravel, and then it's gonna just fall into disrepair, like Rome and a bunch of other civilizations eventually. So I
Mm-hmm.
it, it's kind of odd to me how in a first rate country like the US, people even use the words survival, because that's so far removed from what survival is in the third world. I mean, it's far
Yeah.
removed.
Yeah.
Like
It's
in
a. It's.
the
I mean,
third world, there
it's a
is no
lack of perspective. Like.
welfare. There's no people that are just gonna that you can go, ask for, relief from, and it's none of that. So the entire concept of survival in a first world country is, I don't know, it's kind of like playing a video game on easy mode when compared to third world countries, or before civilization was even created. That
Okay. Well, let me take the other side of that argument, right? Because I could argue that in a place like America, even though the standard of what is considered survival would be different from, let's say, a third world country, right? The bar that is required to survive is much higher because of it, because it's a first world country. So, and that's why, like, it'd be different. Let me see if I can flesh that out. I don't know if that makes sense, but like, the things that you would need to do to survive in a third world country aren't going to be the same as surviving like here in America. Say you want to get an apartment, or you want to get a house, or you want to get a job. If let's say you don't have the skills, you know what I'm saying, that the skill sets needed to survive. Go ahead.
Before you go there, then I have a question.
Okay.
Are bums surviving?
Absolutely. Some of them are damn near indestructible.
Or are they just
In what sense of?
And this is what I mean, so far as like, then we have to go into defining what survival is. And when I think when people begin to say survive in the US, they're talking about creature comforts. Not actual life and death survival.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, in a lot of ways, poverty in America isn't even real at this point. Like, there are definitely people who are poor, but it is what I was saying. Like, the image of poverty is radically different from what we all kind of were told growing up. Like, the world was just mean and cruel to certain people for no good reason, and that's why they're poor. But as it turns out, more than likely, you're poor because you're a very awful person and you ruined every opportunity you ever had along the way. And that creates a completely different framework of like what poverty is. So as opposed to, like, let's say you live in a country that's been bombed out and never developed before, like, you're poor for a completely different set of reasons. It has nothing to do with personal motivation or morality at that point.
So yeah, I just think that there's tiers to it all, and in certain ways, I think when people come from different countries that were in, I would say, more of a survival mode, when they get to America, that's why some of them tend to do so well, is because they take advantage of all of the opportunities you know, that they see that they didn't have before. Their concept of survival is different from someone that grew up for the most part in America.
Yeah, I can see that, man. Because I know I've had conversations with homeless people, and there's like a certain sense, they feel a certain sense of freedom in actually being homeless, and the shit didn't make no sense to me. But the way that they explained it is that they don't feel that they're a slave to the system. They're not on somebody else's time. They're essentially, in their mind, they feel free to come and go as they please, to do as they want. Um, they may not have access to everything. They might, you know what I'm saying, but it's, I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like, in a weird way, they feel free because they're not bound by the rules of society that they feel that everybody else has to follow.
It's not just the homeless either. Remember, we were talking about Jay Prince a lot recently, and I was giving him his props because the nigga done mastered ain't shittery. Like, he's, what we call him, like, he's a baby mom, and he's like a day walking baby mom. He's got all their strengths and none of their weaknesses. Now, if you listen to him talk about like his position and him justify his position, he'll flat out say that y'all niggas are suckers. Like, I'm the one, I got all these kids. I'm living off the government. I get to do as I want for the most part. Y'all niggas is slaves to the system. And like you listen to Chaotic Truth, like he'll say that shit too. He'll be using that to troll his audience, but like there is a kind of weird, perverse logic to it. And now the thing is that he doesn't really get that his entire existence is completely at the generosity of people he'll never know. But that's a higher
Right.
level thinking. Not everybody can see.
Okay, so my question would be: is that a cope or is that a truism? No pun intended.
A cope? What? How? What do you mean exactly?
Because you just said that the the idea is that the only reason why a JP would be able to say that is because everybody else is basically funding his existence,
Right.
and so he feels comfortable saying that, even knowing that the reason why he's comfortable saying that is because of your taxes, my taxes, SKC's taxes, the chat's taxes.
Right.
So is what he's saying true, or is it a cope?
I think it's true. Very true.
Okay.
But it's a matter of like what SKC was calling first principles. Regardless of how other people may look at me, I don't want to see myself in such a way. And so I have to live in a certain kind of way. So it's like that life would not just, it just would never suit me. Even though he's not wrong, he's benefiting and all that, there's principle to it that I just can't abide by.
Mm. What you think, SKC?
Yeah, I think principally when you look at how certain people approach life, it's pretty obvious that a lot of the um, founding principles of what they should aspire to really wasn't given to them, or they abandoned them at some point, and that's why they behave the way that they behave or see things the way that they see them. Of course, you have people that due to the faults of their predecessors, have been pushed into a world that they really haven't had an opportunity to um, view things outside of their kind of existence. I think that was more so before the internet age, but it's less so now that a person has access to the world's information. It, it's like you have a virtual library at your fingertips, and the only one that's preventing you from um, delving into those things and learning them is self.
Mm. Yeah. They're going crazy in the chat. That's hilarious, man.
Oh, I'm not
Yeah,
even looking, man. I just yeah.
I just like peeked at it, man. But now I think it is funny that another thing that I think is interesting is that people have issues with certain aspects of civilization, but out those things. Uh let's take like bureaucracy, right? In a certain sense, there's a level of bureaucracy that's needed for a civilization to work. But if you question anybody, ask them how they feel about the bureaucracy, most people have an issue with it and they would prefer to not deal with it. And I just think that
It's
it's a what do you think
it's
of that interesting
inescapable.
paradox?
It's inescapable.
Right.
I just learned this today. The Rosetta Stone is essentially the reason why we can translate ancient I think it's Greek or not Greek, Egyptian. We can like read hieroglyphics and all that. And the Rosetta Stone was basically a tablet that had the same document and triplicate. So you know how you go down to the DMV and you can get your driver's license application in English, Spanish, and Mandarin. The Rosetta Stone was effectively that, right? Do you know what that shit was about? I just learned this like the other day. It was fucking tax policy. Carved in
What?
stone, mind you. It was tax policy, carved in stone.
Yeah, different
Huh.
trade from different what different countries and or groups of people at the time, nations, and so you needed to be able to decipher one from the other, and that even went into monetary policy as to what trades equaled what and so forth.
Interesting, interesting.
Like if you get into
Hmm.
the Sumerian, the clay tablets at the beginning of written civilization, and we have like I don't know how many, but we have a lot of freaking tablets apparently that's been collected over the years, and the overwhelming vast majority of it is like this nigga owes me a goat. I bought 4 cows from the market. It's just basic, simple economic transactions, bro.
Hmm.
And now you got me peering at the chat free zone. It's like serving a Stanley on your behind, man. He
Yo,
I'm
it's so
telling you, man.
weird. This YouTube thing it does weird things to your brain, bro. I swear, it's like I don't even think about people, but to realize that they think about me so much, like it's a fascinating thing. Like this is how people become like celebrity stalkers and wind up outside their house covered in jello, waiting for the nigga to show up. Like people is fucking strange, bro.
Celebrity conservative, man. If you ain't got haters, you ain't popping, bro.
but beyond all of that, I think it's a an interesting point of history. When you brought up the Rosetta Stone, it shows that there was someone taking account of three different nations and their interaction with each other via trade, and that in itself, it's like you stated, it's just basically uh, trade talk between between the three nation states. That those things are just facts. There's no interpretation to them. It is what it is. This was traded for this to these people for this and so forth. And yet, I have a question then for you two. Why then would you have people that say that history is written by the victor when you can look and find something like a Rosetta Stone that is showing interactions between three different nations of pure fact?
I think when they say history is written by the winners, they're more talking about, at least in the context of what most people say today, is they're talking about the narrative of history, not necessarily the actual history.
Well, first things first. Winners can write. That's a part of being a winner. You're not even gonna write your history as a winner if you can't write. So it just goes into it. The winners can write. That's step one.
Right. But one of the issues that I've always found with that statement, and to me, I think it's just it throws off people's idea of what history is. There were several different people that lived at the same time. They each had ways of writing. All the people who were in the game, as you say, Hood, they had their writing systems. They interacted with people of several different types of people, and they took records of these things. So history as a whole, as a collective, is not just history from one group of people and that's it. It's a collection of histories from all over the world. Heck, a lot of times we have to transcribe or translate what the language of the history that we're studying. But again, if you didn't have a system of writing, you weren't in the game anyway.
Hmm. So, is the idea that in order to really get a true grasp of history, you have to understand, like let's say as an American, right? If you want to understand history, you would have to understand it not only from the perspective of those within America, but from those outside of America as well, to get a full picture of what the history actually is.
Well, I mean,
Absolutely.
probably, yeah. As much data as you can manage. I mean, the picture is only colored by the data you can collect. So if you're not collecting enough data, you're not getting enough of a picture.
For to give you a point in case on that and throw a little bit of gasoline into the fire, hood servitor. Um, take the slavery conversation. A lot of people have this viewpoint of slavery solely from uh, American slavery. That's it. If you were to ask them details about other slaveries that have taken place throughout history, whether it was uh, just a little bit before American slavery or going into even to the ancient world, they have no or little concept of any of those things, and it begins to even delve into mythologies of, well, the slavery that was before the American slavery, they were kind to people, and even the barbarians, they allowed people to do things that the Americans. It's like it gets real crazy. You know, you're talking about people who put heads on spikes, but when it came to the system of slavery, they were all benevolent at some point. So that's a point in case of what I'm talking about so far as people getting only one viewpoint, and even in that viewpoint, it's very limited what they have actually looked into.
I mean,
Um,
by and large, American slavery, throughout the history of the world, if you were an American slave, you kind of hit the slave jackpot. Like, this is all jokes aside, like, you would rather be caught up in American genteel Southern slavery. Because I was joking about this at one point. Like, you realize the Africans that had all the slaves that they were trading with the Europeans or even the Arabs, they didn't really have industry that they could apply their slaves to. The slave itself was the industry, right? The trade slaves. So, and then they have their like religious little customs. And so a lot of those slaves, like when a dignitary shows up, oh, big man come to town, we're going to sacrifice 50 niggas. And so what wound up happening is like the white man came and was like, so you guys just eat your slaves? Like, you don't make them work, you don't make them carry your shit, you just eat them? That's fucked up. And so even that, like there was just a lack of vision, even with something as simple as that.
yeah,
Hmm.
sometimes I would hear things, hood, like people would say, "Oh man, these people they took these people's language and their identity of who they were and and so forth." You go back to Africa and you look at the Arabic African slave trade, and then you throw in just one point of it, just one point, castration. That means those people can't pass down their bloodline. So I don't know, to a certain extent, when people think about slavery, I've even heard a lot of the more of the academic minded where they'll try to duck their head in the sand by stating that you can't compare. And, but at the same time, when stating that you shouldn't or you can't compare slavery throughout the world and throughout history, then they will backdoor that by stating that American slavery was the worst slavery that the world has ever seen. Well, by what standard? By what metric? You stated that you don't want to compare, and no one wants to have that talk and go into the details of making the comparisons.
This is what I was talking about earlier with, these professors, these educated professors, they are almost certainly in the left wing sphere in one way or another. And they have, by banning words, they'll eventually ban complete conversations. And so that's like an example of that right there. Like, we can't even compare and contrast different types of slavery because then it takes the victim status off of our precious Negroes. And we can't have that. There's so much money riding on Negro victimology that we could never upset the apple cart. Like, think about this for a minute. Like, one of our first actions as a country was to go fight slavery in like North Africa, the shores of Tripoli, as the song says. And I think the Arabs at that time, anyway, they had a really particular brutal system going where they weren't farming, they weren't really in the industry, they were just straight up raiders, right? They were coastal raiders. And so your slavery would be you got strapped to the oars at the bottom of the boat and you rowed until you died. Like if you ever see 300, it's sort of like that. That was like an army of slaves, sort of speaking. And it's like that. Listen, you go forward and then you die. And you keep going forward until you die. That was your slavery, basically.
Man, I just want to say I want to send the link to Stanley so fucking bad right now.
It's not necessary. And one of the reasons why, and I think it works very well into the Charlie Kirk thing that happened that I've seen over the last week or so. I think more than anything else, that event gives a bright light for many people to look at to see that there are many people that do not want to accept basic facts and will basically just duck their head in the sand when combated with those facts. So it kind of makes conversations laborious for no reason, because when you have to prove that a spoon is a spoon, that a fork is a fork, and we have to spend 30-40 minutes on something like that, it becomes ridiculous.
You know, this is why historically, pretty much anywhere around the world, things like beheadings, lynchings, even the stockade, you know, that little wooden thing where you put your head and your arms through and you sit there in the town square and they throw tomatoes at you all day until they let you out. It was intentionally public because the human brain, your psyche, there are times where it requires spectacle. There's something like emotionally and even some stuff like physiologically jarring about watching a head get blown off. And so at that one moment, at that pure moment, we are all on the same fucking page. It's crystal clear at a moment like that. And that's why that kind of thing is done.
Yeah, it's it's weird, man, that you could you almost have to formulate logical traps for certain people, and in those long form conversations over the most basic things, like Freeman just put in the chat, and I was gonna go there anyway, but um, when you deal with people that when you can ask a very basic question like who were responsible for freeing the slaves, and you could be talking to people that will say that they live in a country of white supremacy, that the Constitution was written for white people, that the laws were controlled by white people, and yet they will not answer that question honestly. Then they will contradict their own worldview because, well, it causes a mental explosion to happen in their heads. Even to this day, I've tested it a billion times with various people. Who freed the slaves, and you could
I think I
you
think I
find
had a
out a lot
similar
about people of how they answer certain questions.
I think I had a similar kind of mental explosion when I discovered the cargo cult. Because it was only like 2, 3 years ago when I actually learned about this shit. And I sat on it for a while before I told anybody else about it. And then I sat on it even longer before I even talked about it on air. Cause like, bro, this kind of kills a lot of you niggas like racial coping. You know, it really does give. I mean, it cuts right at the heart of a lot of that grandstanding because like most of them niggas look like niggas from Chicago, bro. Like those niggas black, blackity black.
It's amazing. I was saying this yesterday. And I said in your chat, like it's amazing that that has such a visceral reaction because that to me that was just something that I grew to understand being young. You know what I mean? And like growing up the way that I did, I was educated on that at a pretty young age, man. Like I learned about that kind of stuff in elementary school. Not to the point of expansion to where I understood like a cargo cult, but I understood that there were isolated countries. There were places in the world that are isolated from the rest of the world, and isolation almost inevitably causes you to be stagnant because you're not connected with the rest of the world. So I just thought that was interesting that you had like a visceral reaction to it.
Well, I didn't go to ninja school when I was 5, so I didn't have the same training that you did, right?
Oh man, I don't know. I that it is an important thought to think about. That isolating yourself and not being involved in trade networks. These different civilizations. Um, People typically state that various environments affect how people form their cultures and how they go about life. So when you interact with other people who came from a different environment and had to formulate different ideas and have a different culture, you have an exchange of ideas that just happens, naturally. So it's taking that forward, to 2025. I find it odd how you have people that have a desire to remain in a silo and not interact with other groups of people, believing
Uh
that
huh.
that protects them in certain ways. And it's like, no, it actually doesn't. It stagnates you.
Well, I was going to ask you that question. Does ignorance make people does ignorance make people easier to govern or impossible to govern like long term?
I'll let Hood have that one.
I think there's a threshold where you have to hit. Um, there's probably like a something like an IQ sweet spot. You know, smart enough to carry lumber, but not too smart that you'll try to organize and tear down the system. In a
Mm-hmm.
lot of ways, I feel like the global powers that be, they're looking for that ultimate sweet spot and combination of like human attributes. That's probably what the whole tabula rasa philosophy is about. Finding the right combination of human attributes to make the perfect indefinite drone.
Yeah, Gabe says ignorance helps in the governance of a people.
Yeah,
Let's
I
see.
I agree 100% with Gabe on that one. In fact,
Impossible
that's what.
to govern long term. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing with Gabe on that one. That's why I found it hilarious when I was speaking to, I forgot the name of the dude, but online here, and he was all pro that the government should be responsible for the education of children rather than the parents. I was like, that doesn't make any sense, especially when you take into consideration what Gabe was stating, that um, that that's almost like a controlling factor. Do you believe that tribal people or happier and healthier and than people in modern society?
Nah, that's more noble savage bullshit. That was a whole theory that came up at a particular point in time. Before that, we all knew that they were miserable and they needed to be civilized by the salvation of Christ. That was literally how we talked about that shit.
I'm not exactly well, let me think about that. Because when you have like I do think that there was a trade-off like when you talk about African countries that don't have the same that didn't have the same sense of time as what's the word? Let's say the European, let's say. Like when you have time and you have goals and you have all that stuff, it and you have to aspire to something. There are trade-offs on that you don't have in like an African civilization. There's a lot of things you don't have to worry about.
Meaning what exactly? What are the things you don't have to worry about?
You tend to live in the moment more. You're not worried about setting up your kids to be successful for the next 100 years or whatever. You're not having generational wealth conversations. You're not setting up a scenario where you barely seeing your family because you're working and working and working and working to set up this future that you're going to hand down to your kids. That's not a concept.
Let me
So that
challenge
free.
this a little bit.
Okay.
Do you suppose it's more stressful to contemplate the abstract reality of your child going to a good school in the future versus the very visceral physical reality of having to eat and find shelter every day?
I don't understand the question.
Well, I
Like if you
mean, are
take
we
the
challenging?
if you take like the cargo cult, I don't think they're doing that shit. They already have it. They're not having to find a new place to stay every day. They have what they have right there on the island, and so they're
Well,
just
fair
living in
enough.
the moment and stuff. You know what I'm saying? But now, if you're talking about like Africa during a more savage time, then I guess I could agree with you. I just think that there's choices and trade offs with each of those. Now, what you don't have, uh, on this side with that abstract understanding, I think there's more stability there long term.
I just
The
think
the
that, like, when we're
ability to
talking,
go ahead.
when we're talking about like the cargo code and all that, it just seems like maybe we don't know enough about what their life consists of before we assume that it's just like less stressful or somehow comparable. I think we need a little bit more data to actually make that point. Because and the reason why I
Hmm.
say that is because that is literally how the whole noble savage theory took hold. One or two people made a claim and everybody else ran with it, and so then we just started to believe this shit. But like, what is it like to live in a civilization where eating raw fish or stubbing your toe could lead to death by the morning because no antibiotics and whatnot? Like, there's other trade-offs that maybe we aren't thinking about.
Right. No, no, absolutely, absolutely. That's why I was saying it is the trade offs and choices because long term, I would rather deal with what we're dealing with now. Long term, where you can live to we can live till we're 90, 100 years old. Whereas in those other places, the life expectancy is drastically cut short. So it's
Right,
very
and so
different.
if
One
you
thing
think
that
deeper and live longer, you will stress more as a simple byproduct. So I think that's just an inescapable reality. We think deeper for much longer, therefore, gray hairs and heart attacks.
the one other thing that I have to throw in there is like when people say all about the tribal people and happiness and all, not being able to enjoy a good book, to wander beyond the island.
Right, right.
To read something that someone else wrote, 50, 100, 2, 3, 4, 1,000 years ago. To be constantly fixated with just survival, the basics around what your tribe can provide, and maybe a mystical story from a witch doctor. I don't know. That doesn't seem to be peak happiness.
The autumn wind is a pirate, blustering in from sea. With a rollicking song he sweeps along, swaggering boisterously. His face is weather-beaten. He wears a hooded sash, with a silver hat about his head, and a bristling black mustache. He growls as he storms the country, a villain big and bold. And the trees all shake and quiver and quake as he robs them of their gold. The autumn wind is a raider, pillaging just for fun. He'll knock you round and upside down and laugh when he's conquered and won.
The music is so dramatic.
Which one would you rather have?
Wrong way.
Which one would you rather have? Yeah, which one would you rather have?
I mean, it fascinates me how people will quickly, roll that off of the tongue. Oh, the tribes, they have it so much easier. Their lives are so much better and healthier and all. Like, man, okay, okay. But one piece of technology and the science behind that has completely changed their outlook on the way that they form themselves as a tribe. That's insane.
Well, it wasn't just one piece of technology. It's not like he dropped the Zippo lighter and they started worshiping the lighter, but the addition of technology literally spawned a new religious scheme. That's fascinating. That's some powerful shit. That's some white man is God level shit, and that's why I was having that type of reaction.
Yeah, and I understand that, Black Savant. Like most tribes don't live like that now. Absolutely. No, that's a fact. But I mean, civilization, man. Like that's what I'm saying. Like at its purest essence, in order to have civilization, you need surplus, you need coordination, you need trust, you need like a shared meaning, and without that, you don't really have civilization. And a lot of that's just taken for granted, man.
You see what is that May the Alchemist? You see that comment? What are you guys' thoughts on that?
What comment? Let me see.
That these tribe people or tribal people are not doing mass shootings, got low birth rates, women hate their men or suicidal. I mean, I'm curious. I want to reserve my thoughts later, but I'm curious. What do you guys think about that?
Well, you would have to have some type of industry to even do mass shootings. I mean, guns aren't carved out of trees, so there's that. Um, I don't think we really have enough information about their intricate daily lives to kind of assume all this bliss and nobility. That's literally the noble savage theory, and I think you'd have to collect more data before you go off and stand on a point like that.
Yeah, I don't think that they would have that, but I think that they would have other things. Like again, I don't think they live in that long as compared to how long we live. I don't think that they have the ability to actually leave. Like if you don't like where you live, you could move. You could go somewhere else. I don't think they have that luxury. You saw how the motherfuckers was looking as the plane just took off without them, just left.
Bro, you
Like you
gotta you gotta
stuck.
really get into the documentary. Like, here's the theory behind it, and this is what makes it so fascinating. And it almost has a comparison to like modern Black American pro-Black thought pattern. They really thought that all the stuff. Sorry, the planes came during World War II, and because they had to use the land, the armies were just giving these guys free shit and making friends with the natives because we trying to go fight the Japanese. We ain't got time to be fighting savages in some random jungle. So they're giving them all this free shit. The war's over. The free shit runs out. And those people believe that their ancestors, their gods, were giving them those gifts. And now they're trying to get the white man to come back so that the ancestors can give them their gifts through the white man or whatever. Like, it was a whole fascinating thing. Like, they really created a completely standalone religion based off that shit. All because, some guy showed up on a boat and had some cool shit that they never saw before. Just like Columbus, apparently. Apparently, that kind of shit's happened more than once around the world.
So then I have a question, Hood, and I know the answer, but I just kind of want to see for you to expound a little bit further. Earlier, you brought up the idea of the noble savage concept. I think that's what Rousseau around the 18th century, all that French Enlightenment and the whole nine. Why do you think so many are attracted to that viewpoint?
Maybe controversial, but at its heart, I think it's also connected to like Darwinism and the idea that like the theory of evolution gets sort of jammed down our throats, even though it's a theory at best and it's not actually proven, and it has definitive holes and giant holes in it. But I think it was an attempt, and this gets very conspiratorial, like Masonic stuff and all that, because all those guys were in the same club once upon a time. But it is the beginning of the rejection of the Western Christian moral paradigm. And
Yeah,
so, like
because
the idea of the noble savage is literally in contrast to the Western white man who's a bully and he's mean to everybody and he introduces all these problems, right? Well, no, you could live like the pure noble Negro in his natural state, where he picks his fucking nose all day and eats bugs and shit.
yeah, I recall, we having those conversations back in school, the whole Rousseau, primitive man is pure, society ruins him, versus Hobbes, primitive man is a beast. Um, I it's almost like certain people truly believe that the advent of civilization was bad for mankind, and that living in some sort of natural wild state is superior. I don't know, man. I don't know where to begin with that style of thinking.
Uh, yeah, it sounds like that's like I don't know. That sounds overly romanticized because you're not taking into account the violence, the tribal warfare, diseases, scarcity. You know what I'm saying? The inability to write. Like there's a lot that medicine, um, music to a certain degree, like the type of music that a civilized society would make, as opposed to you know those other kinds of societies. I mean, they had music, but it's very different. Um, I don't know, man. There's a lot of benefits to civilization.
There was a great video went around a while back. It was in Africa. I mean, not Africa, in Australia. They have like the Aborigines over there. So this lady's on stage. It's like a music festival and a tribute to indigenous music. So it's one of those liberal ladies on stage, and she's like playing a flute or something. I forgot what instrument she's playing, but like a classical instrument, traditional instrument. And then she has her Aboriginal friend to come up and do their Aboriginal music, and it's literally like banging sticks on rocks and shit. And then the way she looked at it, like, oh my God, this is the most amazing sound I've ever heard. It's like, you were just playing a harp, lady. What the fuck? Like, the glaze they put on it is so crazy, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they do so in order to kind of pay homage and not come off as sounding judgmental. But everyone knows that there's a difficulty level that's significant in in a lot of instrumentation. So I think,
Hmm.
particularly when it comes to academia, because there's been this a big push to not make comparisons. Um, I think that that's where you get a lot of the people with those type of ideas. Hood.
May said, why do you have to go to the extreme to primitive tribes? There are people who live in the middle, small villages. Let me see. Middle, small villages like most people in Central America.
Oh man, that's easy. Um, I think people like, take for instance when we're having the conversation earlier. Um, we began with talking about civilization and a lot of the very basics that you need in order to build those things, and then how you have a lot of modern people who do not show appreciation for the things that were built. Um, a lot of times in those conversations, you have people sometimes that even have been academically trained that go to the extremes of when defining you know, first world civilization. They go into the extremes of the problems and issues that people are facing today, as if the tribes of old didn't face issues and problems that were significant, which is why people got away from that stuff back then. So it, it's basically putting a mirror to how certain people approach things. When you have more of the noble savage viewpoint, they tend to try to do the grass is greener, all problems gone type of thought process. So, it's just basically putting the mirror up to what they present. You go to one extremes on the other side when talking about the modern civilization that you live in. So the other people talk about the worst parts of living in like a tribal life. It's pretty easy. But if a person wanted to have a more of a balanced conversation on it, then you would take more of a Thomas Sowell approach and just say, there were trade-offs in both. And then you talk about the trade-offs of living in that type of society and so forth.
He's doing like his woke crackdown, and he's looking at networks and universities and stuff. I saw some polling come out recently that says, I forget the exact number, but maybe over 60% of like kids in our colleges and universities, they believe America is like some kind of racist, violent state or whatever. Basically, the demoralization of the youth, right? They don't believe in the moral validity of their own nation, right? That is a bad thing. It's almost like they don't understand the value of living in civilized society.
Do you think that people just have like an envy for the noble savage because they feel that civilization is just, it feels kind of hollow and empty? Could it be that?
That's maybe a part of it. One of the things that's missing from modern Western civilization right now is the religious impulse. That tend to be the thing that gave you that sense of fulfillment. Man can withstand any burden as long as he has a why. I'm paraphrasing poorly, but that's pretty much the idea. Religion gives you the why.
Shout out to Mr. Enigma. He says, let me see. Justice keeps a community healthy. Yeah, shout out to you, bro.
Yeah, I think again there we go. One of
What
those
do we consider justice?
One of those first principles.
Yeah. What do we consider justice? You and I are going on the same page because, like, listen, some people think what happened to Charlie Kirk is justice. For crimes unimagined, like crimes you can only imagine at the same time. So when people say a word like justice, what do you think? And this is what happens, like when you get in an argument with people, when I be on these debates or whatever, you have to make people define their terms before you accept them. Because that word, I don't think it means what you think it means.
Yeah, when it comes to the definitional things, Hood, and this is just my own perspective. These words have been defined long before we came into existence. And if we have to play the game of, what does it mean to you when people who caused us to be here carved these definitions out long ago? I don't know. It seems like people are trying to play a game of trying to reinvent the wheel in order to suit their purposes whenever we're getting to this tossing of trying to find out what the word means, when that's the whole purpose of having a dictionary. Like, we solved that problem eons ago. So why is this being done?
Recently I was talking about that show Man in the High Castle, and it was a whole like what if universe if Germany had took over America. And one of the things you'll notice in a system like that is they're going to make sure that they teach their children to love their country and their system. So those questions about justice and all that, it would have been already handed down. There would have never been left to just random people to fill in the gaps.
And that's what I mean. It's like the hubris of certain people to want to redefine terms when it's like we have a civilization already that works off of concrete definitions. The only reason to ask what is the definition of this or what does this mean to you, and in the means of a definition, is because you want to obfuscate. That's the only reason why you would do that. You just come out and say you don't want to live by the rules. You don't want to live by what are the impulses behind, for the most part, Western civilization, and be honest with it. Why play the rhetorical games?
Well, think about it. If justice has a definition as we already accept, then what is social justice? What happens to a pure concept when you put a qualifier on it, like social justice? That what is that now?
And that's what I mean. That is, I don't like
Boy,
I
fucking
don't like
asshole.
the I don't like the
Non-driving. Oh my god.
yeah, that
Forgive me.
is, I
Forgive me. I
don't.
almost wiped somebody out just now on the highway. Like you lucky I love my life more than I love yours. Jesus Christ.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, all of those things are they're basically, I don't like the formal definition, so now I want to invent something that works towards my viewpoint of the world.
I mean, the only thing I could really think of is that in your mind, you're not winning in the current viewpoint of the world. So you would have to redefine everything, which is weird
Jealousy.
because at the end of the day, even if what you want it to be defined as works, it's still the same system. And this is something I always say. I don't think people have an issue with the system. I think people have an issue with where they are on the chessboard that is the system. If they were on a different part of the chessboard, they would have a completely different view of the system.
Yeah, it's that almost like a Saul Alinsky type of thinking. Didn't he write like a book? What was it? Rules for Radicals, and he talked about using words as weapons and turning words into neutral tools that can be redefined and all that. So all of
Uh-huh.
it is social manipulation.
Yeah. I mean, it's not about the words, right? Like even when you are on panels talking with people, right? You hear what they're saying, but if you have a rapport with them, you may understand the subtext of what they're trying to say. So it's not actually about what they're saying. It's about ultimately a goal they're trying to achieve using words. And hence that's why, I mean, that is kind of the essence of communication. You communicate with others so that you can achieve a certain result. You want to use your words to manifest something in that situation.
Techie, he asked the question, but what if the system is rigged against you? Um,
Oh, okay.
I kind of wonder about that concept because, and I'm not saying all, not all, not all, not all, but many of the people that I've heard make that statement have the ability to choose to live in a different system, but they don't. And I think it's an acknowledgement that there isn't a perfect system, or that they're willing to make certain trade-offs because they see the benefits of the system that they're in, but they don't want to acknowledge those benefits because it negates their argument. Because if you notice that there are more pros than cons of living in the particular system that you're in, then that means that it's contingent upon you to take advantage of all of the pros and accept the trade-offs.
So you're saying that the idea that the system is rigged against you is And not all, of course, but for a lot of people, that concept is perfectly within their own control and, for lack of better words, kind of in their head, their own head.
Okay, so I found some people that do have the ability to choose another system to live in, i.e., they can move to another country and live differently if they want. Then
Uh huh.
there's other people who use the system is rigged against you as an I would say an excuse to not live by the rules or not abide by the rules because they find that abiding by the rules and it is too difficult. And in certain ways, there are some people that actually enjoy living outside of the rules. They embrace criminality as a part of their identity.
Mm-hmm.
We've always had that, so like part of the human condition. I think when you say though that like the system is against you, I think what they're low key saying is like, and to kind of wrap it around this conversation, they're saying civilization hates them. And if
Ty says
civilization
this is
hates you, then you become an enemy of civilization.
Ty says this is the argument used against the Jews. Uh oh.
Mm, hey, an, an argument is just a tool. The motivations behind the argument it could be totally different. I was
Don't,
explaining
don't,
this
don't get me
to
canceled, bro.
I was explaining this to Stanley. I think like last year or so that many times people will use this statement. Those are XXX talking points, and I think that that's just a parroted viewpoint that's absurd because people can arrive at similar conclusions by absolutely different routes. Just because you come to a convergence on certain conclusions or ideas with different groups of people doesn't mean that you have the same motivations or you came about to those conclusions the same way. So using the oft repeated statement, those are blank, blank, blank talking points. I don't know. To me,
You know what else it
it's
does
lazy
too?
reasoning.
It also suggests that you didn't come up with that on your own. Like there's no way that you could have. And
Yes.
I'll say critically thought that up on your own. Like
Yeah,
when I hear talking points, it's like somebody spoon fed that to you and you just believe it for no reason.
right.
Well, it's to either attack your intelligence or your loyalties.
I'm telling, yeah, man. Hey, shout out to Chuckway Uguay. I forgot how you say that. Shout to Uguay, man.
Chuck Woo.
Social
Chuck Woo.
Chuck Woo Uguay. Social justice is just a concept that exists in the mind of of human beings, not in reality. It's like gender identity or a square circle, etc. And shout out to DC Slim. He says you are taught to think the system is rigged. Shout out to y'all, man.
And so that's like if you to think the system is rigged against you versus taught to think that you are a part of the system, you have to work to benefit it and it will benefit you. These will produce two radically different outcomes.
It's similar to because I was having this conversation with within my little inner circle of friends, and um, one of them described what I was stating in terms of math, of how there's so many different ways to solve for a certain equation. You can use different math properties in order to get to the same answer. So that whole so and so talking points type of thing, it does lead to the thought of basically just an insult. But I don't know. It kind of flattens conversations because it seems like a better retort would be, how did you come to that conclusion? That seems to be way more interesting than just accusing someone of having certain talking points. Because you never know if the other person has even heard the people and the quote unquote talking points that you are claiming that they have.
I mean, I like that question just for the fact that one, that question in and of itself is it's like a sword and the shield, because now you get to take the spotlight off of you and how awful you may be, and now they have to explain essentially why they think you're awful. What are you basing your moral judgments on? And what you kind of find out when you start doing that is it's all feels. They just have feelings. They feel deeply. They don't really have any like deep, well thought out position that they're standing on. It's all feels and giggles.
Yeah, I think that's the case for a vast majority of people that in that get involved in some of the conversations. And I'm not stating that their feelings should not be taken into consideration. We've had those conversations. I think the people that state that they are purely logical and so forth, so it's as if there's some sort of pure Vulcan and all that, I think that's absurd. And they're lying, outright just lying. But yeah, I don't think that they want to delve into how they have reasoned something out, because it's going to expose that it is more about their personal feelings. But a lot of times you can understand that in the first place, because when people have certain conversations, when we go into more deeper things like this, they will include themselves as the center of the conversation. A lot of times you'll hear a lot of I and a lot of me.
Yeah, yeah. I noticed that too. I remember like when I was a lot younger, I used to write in like raps and shit, and I would look at the paper, and just the way I would formulate the written line, it would start like each line would be basically one line on the sheet of paper, and so I could look at the beginning of each sentence, and it was literally like I, me, I, me, I, me, I. And it was I didn't know what to do about it, what to make of it back then. But I noticed that there's like a lot of me's and I's in this thing. But now as an adult, I can look at that and realize like that was kind of like lack of introspection. Because if you put yourself at the center of everything, you're not actually understanding the thing for what it is. You're trying to understand yourself through the thing, and it's not the same process at all.
Exactly. I was having a back and forth with a guy. And I'm not. I could say the person's name. I just don't want to. You know, but there's a bigger picture in this. So I'm having a conversation with him, and we're talking about something on the macro. Much larger than him or I, and we're going back and forth. And then at the end of the explanation of basically historical facts that I was laying out, he states, well, that didn't satisfy me, so it's not true. And I just couldn't help but to laugh. So let me get this right. You thought that this entire conversation was to satiate your needs. So as if we don't have an audience of people that are listening in and engaging in the chat and so forth. But I think a lot of content creators that we have had contact with approach bigger issues in that fashion, that they cannot take themselves out of the equation. They are the sun. The universe revolves around them.
I mean, it's kind of got to SKC. That's what makes the content. You know, for a lot of folks, that's what makes the content. They approach when they set up a stream. They set up a stream with a premise, and that is the premise of their whole live stream. And if that premise gets dismantled, you either do one or two things. You either agree with it and kind of move on and realize, okay, I was wrong in this, or you continue to disagree with it, and let's say fuckery ensues, which gets more eyes, which brings in more, you know what I'm saying? It brings in more people, and you get paid to essentially stay in this place of confirmation bias. There's no incentive to change your mind unless you truly believe, okay, well, that's a good point. Like, you have the integrity to say that. But when you're just here for content, no, man, what I'm saying is right. I'm right because I'm right, as Hood said. And if I'm wrong, that means I still could have been right, so I'm still right.
I hate you right now.
That's how a
you
lot of
took
people
a
think, man.
perfectly, you took a perfectly good line and you pissed on it.
Oh man,
I was cooking
I
with
will
that
get
one,
back.
man. I was getting all philosophical and introspective.
No, you were. I had to call it back, man. I had to call it back.
We'll get back to the civilization thing in just a second, Hood. But I need to ask you a question because I have you on the real time. Has your position changed from the conversation that we had? What was it, a couple of years ago, when I was stating, can the right go too far? What do you think now? Is that a possibility?
Oh no, yeah, I told you. I told you. Too far is like in a whole other galaxy, bro. We have light years to cross before we go too far.
Okay.
What does too far right look like?
I don't even know. Maybe it's the Man in the High Castle show. I don't know.
I would say too far right would be a civilization with too much order. You know, like the whole yin and yang between
What if we
order and
all?
chaos.
What if we go so far right we become like Imperial Japan in the 30s or something?
I think too
Too
far
far?
right. I think the beginning of too far right would have been riots and mayhem after Kirk was killed.
Hmm.
But it did
Do,
show that people are quite different in how they handle certain things, even tragedies. Because I mean, you look at the reaction between Das Community and a lot of the far left
hmm
with the Floyd thing and how they reacted, and then this totally different.
I think the history of going so far that it ends in inexplicable violence is literally a left wing phenomenon going all the way back to the French Revolution. And you remember you and I spoke about that French Revolution, SKC. Same shit over and over again.
Yeah, again, is gonna take you back to Rousseau and then that goes we're going right back to noble savagery and all of that enlightenment talk.
Well, what? Correct me if I'm wrong, but what did you get after the revolution? You got Napoleon, right? It's like we've all been here before. We keep coming back to this place over and over again.
do you think people getting fired from their jobs because of their opinion on Charlie Kirk is anywhere near too far right?
No.
Technically, that's far left. So, like, we're still in far left. We haven't even gotten to doing anything right wing.
Right, but I think my take on it is basically it's basically the horseshoe theory where too far extreme on both side on either side is going to pretty much give you the same result, but just in a different dynamic. So instead of being censored for I don't know, LGBT rights or women's rights, you're being censored for going against tradition, going against the order, going against, those things. So you're still censoring, but you're censoring for completely different reasons. The result is still the same censorship.
One,
You
you
know,
kind of you're preemptive with that. It's too early to blame the right wing for censorship because the same way, this is an ABC News business decision or whatever. That's the left wing has been standing on that for years, so we're going to stand on that now and act like nothing has changed. Now,
Uh huh.
if you get fired from your job because you don't want to say the Lord's Prayer at lunch, then we can talk about that. That's kind of the difference, right? We're not quite there yet.
yeah,
Okay.
I think I think you have a great number of people who cannot properly make distinctions or understand similarities.
I okay. So I seen a clip. I think it was it yesterday. It was yesterday. I seen a clip of Pam Bondi talking about the Charlie Kirk thing, and she was talking about how there's hate speech and there's free speech, and she was going to use the DOJ to target people engaging in hate speech in regards to Charlie Kirk. This is Pam Bondi, and I mean, she's not a. I don't think she's a left leaning. I mean, she's a woman, but I don't think she's left leaning. That's Trump's guy or girl or whatever you want to say.
That was a tactical error though, because she pissed off the right wing with that. Acknowledging the concept of hate speech in and of itself has been a weapon that was used almost completely against the right wing up until just yesterday. And so for her to now try to push hate speech and solidify it legally, no, it's a bad move. Because as a practical matter, there is no real such thing as hate speech, right? It doesn't really exist. Like, or hate
Right.
speech exists. Let me say that. Let me no, no. Let me correct that. Hate speech exists, but it's always been a protected speech, and that is the
Uh huh.
problem. So you're telling me that I can't say hateful things or whatever, which we've already had that covered. And so for her to now try to go against the actual conservative ideology by making a hate speech a legal tenet, like no, 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 fall back. That's not gonna wait. It's not gonna play out good in the long run. Because even what's
Right.
happening right now with Kimmel, that's not right wing. That's not a right wing version of hate speech. That is like Saul Alinsky rules for radicals, make them live up to their own rules. That is
Uh
holding the
huh.
left to their own standard now. You guys made the hate speech thing a thing, and so now you guys are going to have to suffer for that. But as a general policy, she should not be trying to incorporate hate speech into her legal strategies.
Right. Right. And that's why I used her as an example. And like Rational B said, the right hates her for saying that. I look at the Kimmel thing and being fired from your job. I look at that personally as a reflection on the company. It's the whole. You remember
Right.
when it was the left and all that? It was the whole ESG score and all that stuff. That's how I look at that. But when you have Pam Bondi saying it, it hits a little different. So that's why I didn't even want to use the Kimmel thing. And I don't even think Kimmel said anything like that crazy for enough for him to get fired. It just seemed like it was they set him up.
Well,
He was being
it's
used as an
all
example.
subjective. You know what I think honestly, bro? I think honestly we're all being distracted right now. Because wouldn't this be a great time to get rid of some dead weight anyway? Like, who the hell watches late night television? You probably get more people tuning into YouTube every night than you do getting on ABC at this point. Nobody watches that shit like they used to.
Yeah, I think the situation just made it convenient to get rid of him because I mean the ratings were in the tank anyways. Like people ain't watching Kimmel like that, so I think they just found a reason to get rid of him. I'm willing to bet that I'm I think I can't prove it, but I think that they gave him some money on the way out. Like, hey, and he'll probably end up doing I could see him doing podcasts in the near future, anyways. Like, I don't think he's compromised in any way. I think he's gonna be okay.
Well, that's the thing that I don't. Okay, just from a business perspective, people act as if these major corporations are not looking at what would be described as new media, and how many eyes are on it and how profitable it is. Those methods of entertainment are outdated. I mean, all of the okay,
Right.
if you've ever been in a green room, Kimmel, Fallon, what's the other guy? I forget his name. Came off of Comedy Central. All of those people have at least a dozen to 24 writers. They have producers and editors and other staff. I mean, you're talking about millions upon millions of dollars poured into just production.
Yeah, Colbert.
There you
go.
When you have to compare that to, some people doing a podcast that are getting 10, 20, 30, sometimes 50 times the amount of views, and it's an outdated method, and they know it. And a lot of those people really aren't that talented. I was listening to I think Stanley was talking about this, where he was kind of trying to rave on about Joy Reid. Okay, she has a podcast. There's people that we know that we've spoken with that have way more views than her. That have way more, I mean, and she comes from, mainstream media with eyes on her every day, was getting paid millions of dollars, even when setting up her podcast, can do so with a 6 or maybe even a 7-figure setup. And people that just pick up a microphone can do better than her monetarily on YouTube. They're not that talented. So I don't think that a Colbert or a or what's the dude, the Jimmy dude that just got fired, I don't think that they can come to YouTube and compete.
I think what something like YouTube is revealing, though, is like the notion that all of the cultural talent was somehow left wing. It's completely made up. It was a giant gatekeeping system so that right leaning voices don't get to rise up to the top. And what happened was the gates got kicked down. So with like YouTube, Twitch, all these other platforms, it went from just being like a small option to now a full-on threat to the mainstream media. And it's going to revolutionize how we actually consume media, news, information. The very nature of propaganda has to now keep up with the new online YouTube kind of content creation world. And they're doing a terrible job.
Yeah, there are no. You're talking about groups of people who survived by having a laugh button light up to let
a laugh track.
Yeah, to let the audience know when to clap and when to laugh. I mean, come on, that isn't gonna survive on YouTube.
No, that's facts. Although I have seen some YouTubers with laugh tracks. It's kind of it's actually kind of funny. It's they're fucking roadcasters,
I was
man.
thinking about adding one just for jokes. I was gonna add one just for the fun of it.
No, that's a good point. Oh, well, let me ask you this: how many of these YouTubers do you think are getting paid to, have the opinions that they have in the same way that
A
television
lot
is,
of
even
them.
if it's not fully,
A
you know what I'm
lot.
saying? So if they're bought and paid for as well, I'm devil's advocate, what is the difference?
Yeah, I think a lot of them
I
do,
don't
but
think
I think
there's a
that
conservative USAID.
right. See, that's what I was about to mention. Hood is that I think a lot of them do, but the I think more of the people who are on as people would say, the right, whatever that means, have a more pure um setup. You take, for instance, like a Crowder. I mean, they YouTube kicked him pretty much on several occasions.
Hmm.
Dude had the highest watched election show in the world, and then YouTube kicked him because, you know, for whatever reason. So, but
Mm,
No,
so
I
yeah,
remember Owen. You ever heard of
interesting,
Owen
huh?
Benjamin? And he's
Yeah.
not like he used to be a writer and a comedian and all that. I used to follow him on YouTube before he got kicked off. But speaking of like right wing comedy, he had one of the funniest jokes I ever saw. To this day, it cracks me up. You guys remember Mike Tyson Punch Out, where you'd be training and you have your trainer, and your trainer's like a fat black dude on the bike, and you got like your
Hmm.
skinny guy. What was his name? Glass Joe or something. Anyway, you had your skinny guy running behind him, and so Owen Benjamin had this one thing where I think he made a song out of it. And well, the whole time you're watching a Mike Tyson Punch Out video, Owen is in the background just going, "That nigga took my bike. That nigga stole my bike." Like he just made a whole song out of it. And then not too long after that, he got kicked off YouTube, bro. It was fucking hilarious, man. But like shit like that, you're not allowed to go edgy no more. You're not allowed to, take a little bit of risk and all that. They've been saying that a lot lately. Like comedy's dead. Nobody wants to tell jokes because every joke has a victim, and it'll be just your luck that victim's in the audience that night, and now you got a protest on your hands.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, you take YouTube. YouTube is a right leaning. I'm sorry, YouTube is a left leaning platform, anyways. So you know what I'm saying, that they'll let certain shit fly for so long, but even nowadays they're still getting channels up out of here. Have you? I don't know. I haven't actually looked this up. I'm just actually thinking about it. Has anybody who has celebrated Charlie Kirk's death on their channel, have any of their channels been demonetized or compromised in any way? Does anybody know?
yeah, I know
Destiny,
Destiny's gone.
Destiny. I was looking at it.
Destiny.
I saw
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
that early. That was my whole show. Early when I was talking about it. I saw it this morning on my feed, and then I went to his channel and I see there's no memberships or nothing up like that. So I think that's it.
Damn. Yeah, I missed your stream earlier. Damn it. Okay, they got one. All right. Cool. Yeah, Destiny is a weirdo. That's a
Now
fact, Nick.
they're looking at Hassan. They're looking at Hassan next, bro. 'Cause between the two of them, they say the craziest shit. Like I would have expected to get kicked off of YouTube a long time ago if I said that shit.
Oh, I did see that earlier. Yeah, Saint and Sinner got demonetized too. I never looked. I didn't look into what the reason was, but I did see it showed up on my algorithm that he got demonetized.
Somebody,
Peace
I'm
to the
waiting for
Saints.
an amazing Lucas to come next. Then.
that's what I heard, that he would probably be on the chopping block as well.
Yeah, Amazing Lucas that was a fascinating case, bro. Something about the George Floyd era broke him.
Yeah, that guy is insane.
Because his whole platform, he used to be relatively right wing. He was even kind of pro Trump right in the beginning, and then the whole George Floyd thing. And he's just been spiraling downward ever since, bro. It's been dark, man. It's wild to watch it happen on TV. Well, so to
Yeah,
speak, right?
yeah. I saw him on Pierce Morgan this morning, and you know, he
Yeah,
did
yeah,
he
he's
leaned
crazy,
into
man.
it. Yeah, he leaned into it. I fuck
Yeah.
with it, man. I fuck with it.
the
I fuck with a good troll, man.
I saw a little bit of it, man, and I was with my wife, and she was looking. She said, "Like, what's up with his eyes? He just seems like
He
he's
wasn't
just
playing, man. He
yeah,
wasn't playing.
yeah,
He told that bitch. He asked that bitch. He said, I forgot the chick's name, but he was like, "How are you gonna say what you said about slavery and you purchased a black child out of
yeah,
Haiti?" And she
yeah."
was just like, "Huh?"
To, to eat, I thought that
That
was
was
wild, man.
real. That
To
was a good. I
equate,
like that though, because I hate that they do that kind of shit.
I fuck with it, man. I'm here for it. I'm here
yeah,
for it, man, because they are acting like snowflakes about the shit, man. Because when it was George Floyd and all them and Breonna Taylor and all them, they had all kind of jokes. But now it does make him look like a hypocrite, but it's kind of like a Pyrrhic victory where he's he's sacrificing his own hypocrisy to expose their hypocrisy.
you know,
I don't really watch. I mean, I don't really watch Lucas like that. But I just thought it was funny, man.
and and okay, and this is a little bit, and this is from my perspective. This is to me a bright light on people and their inability to be able to make distinctions and to properly call um, similarities.
Hmm.
For one to put in a category of, let's say, with the two people that you mentioned, Floyd, Breonna Taylor,
Uh huh.
you're talking about two people who lived criminal lives. It's like Taylor had a body in her in the back of a rental car. Of Floyd, with all of the stuff that happened previously and at the time, on drugs,
Uh huh.
tried to defraud somebody at a store,
Yeah, they
and
are different people. Absolutely.
then
Yeah.
to equate that to someone who never broke the law.
Not even just never broke the law, but like a married man, father. You couldn't even achieve. You
Right.
can't accuse him of adultery. You know, there's no bastards walking around looking for their paycheck. Like you have real. I don't want to go that far, but he's almost like as far as modern politics goes, he is sinless, right? He's damn near Republican Jesus, and you guys don't know what you fucking did.
It to me, and not to do the whole the biblical thing, hood, but it really does look like a Jesus Barabbas type of situation. Give us the murderer. Like, what are you talking
Yes,
about? What the
forgive
heck?
them,
Oh,
Lord,
y'all
Yeah,
did
for they
that too.
know
yeah.
not.
Y'all did that. Y'all put memes on a murderer. We gonna put memes on this innocent. It's like, what? You don't have the moral capacity to be able to see the difference between the two.
I think they
And
do,
that's
but it's
why.
not relevant. I don't think it's
Yeah,
relevant to the political theater. Like I think they do see it, but from a in the context of political theater, to them it's not relevant.
that statement of "forgive them, Lord, they know not what they do." It is so poignant right now because, like, and I'm watching the left react to it, and you guys have no idea. It's like you don't understand what you've been doing for the last 25, 30 years. It's like, oh my God, I can't believe you all hate me. Yes, you're very hateable now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. It's odd to when a person like because I saw that part where Lucas made that statement about the Floyd and Breonna Taylor thing, and I'm like, okay, you're gonna equate a person, two people who, for all intents and purposes, lived outside of the bounds of fundamental society. They broke the rules whenever they felt like it. and you're equating people memeing those people to memeing someone that we can pretty much we have no accounts of any impropriety in their life, none.
Well, it's weird. I talked about this the other day. Like, not to deify him too much, but the parallels are odd. Like, because I said this, we're in a before Christ, a before Charlie, after death kind of paradigm swing. Like, it really does feel that heavy.
So that I don't know, that it just, that inability, man, it makes it seem, I understand why there are certain people who are taking more of approach of um like a Gavin McGinnis of, yeah, nah, talking's done. It doesn't even make sense to talk to you if you can't understand the difference between George Floyd and Charlie Kirk. Yeah, we got nothing to talk about.
I mean, and Roscoe in the chat, he's saying Kirk sowed societal division. Well, so did George Floyd. We were divided as hell.
And the mindset of someone even bringing that to an open debate of these two people need to be compared. I mean, it speaks volumes.
Is it so? Is it another case of like the left can't meme, something like that?
I just stated differently. I don't think that they can make proper distinctions.
Well, it's deep, but where does moral clarity come from? This is almost like that civilizational conversation again. But like, what is it to be morally clear, and then where would that come from? And I think that's why the left
Hood.
struggles. If you walk through that logic, you'll get to the answer really quickly.
Hood. A long time ago, I recall. I was just in the back listening to you guys were having one of those relationship conversations, and I don't know why this stuck in my brain, but you said something about these conversations that people have, and you'll have perhaps like a guy that was working really hard, and because of consequence of maybe working extra and all that other stuff, he didn't have as much time to spend with family or be able to do certain things with the wife and all of that. And then the other part of that conversation is, well, I cheated on you. Why? Because you weren't here. It's like, what? Like, and to me, a lot of the left-right conversations seem to take that note of, okay, instead of sitting down and having a conversation of, you know what, I understand all of these other things, you're working a lot, and but something, I know that you believe that I need all of these things, but I really don't. What I would prefer is for you to either find something else to do or to reduce your hours. The solve
Right.
for that is, no, I'm gonna go hop on this other person.
Yeah. Right. Shout out to Dick Thug for the 5. He says we are expecting free speech within a company. When was this? Comes
Yeah.
back with another 2. Moral relativism at its finest. And shout out to 24 Birds for the 20. Appreciate it. And shout out to Carmen for the Cash App. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and it just seems like those type style of conversations and issues that happen between the two groups, because it's like I don't understand how people could even begin to have the thought of, oh man, this person got what they deserve, when what were they doing? Having open conversation with people who chose to be there.
Techie says, I guess Trayvon Martin wasn't live enough to get his criminal record.
Trayvon Martin? What's that? The Zimmerman
Yeah.
thing and all of that?
Yep. Yep. I mean, how does that compare? How does that fit in for the sake of comparison?
I mean, the only thing I can think of it. I mean, Trayvon didn't have a criminal record. I don't remember him actually doing anything to. I mean, that was pretty much on Zimmerman pursuing Trayvon. I don't think Trayvon was doing anything criminal that caused that situation to happen. And they meme Trayvon to death too.
Well, Obama
So
said that could have been my son. Well, that's what winds up happening. It's like, all right,
that was wild.
you take these incidents and you turn them into giant political weapons, and then you get offended when the other side weaponizes your weapon against you. Suck it up, Cupcake. This is the war you started.
They're saying Trayvon started the fight and went for the gun.
I mean, I wasn't
Huh.
even. I didn't even want to relitigate that whole thing. But like, yeah, none of
I
this stuff
don't
is as
either.
cut and dry as they make it sound. Goddamn Skittles in the hoodie, man.
I
So,
don't know,
like,
man.
in light of the Charlie Kirk thing and the left's response to it, where do you think that this ultimately leads to? Let's say a situation
Well,
like this happens again.
I
You know,
expect
like,
it to. I think it's going to happen again. And the reason why I think that is because they don't really have much else going for them. This is what I spoke about earlier. They never really had logical argumentation to begin with. So, like when I said I'm right because I'm right, it's literally based on a series of logical argumentations, right? They're
mm-hmm,
left because they feel morally superior. They're not left because they have a series of logical argumentations. And so now that all the artifice is being removed, they have nothing but power. And so power, the easiest way to show power is to lash out in violence, right? Every human being has access to that basic level of power. You can lash out in violence, and I expect more of that.
right. I think I guess the only thing that I would question about it is, let's say this back and forth continues, which is most likely the course of action that's going to occur. What are the policies and bills that are going to be set forth and pushed in response to each impending incident? Could that be problematic?
Well, what was the day it happened? It was like October 14th or something. Oh no, no! I take that back. They're gonna make Charlie's birthday an official day of remembrance, right? I think the Senate just passed it. I don't know if it got fully passed in the whole government, but I think the Senate just passed it. Which, if you think about it, Charlie Kirk and George Floyd, for God knows why, this is an actual truth. They have the same birthday, and so as much as like the left tried to make George Floyd a thing, the right wing is now going to make Charlie live forever by immortalizing his birthday and then dunking on Floyd at the same time. It's crazy to think about, but that's kind of what's going on.
Yeah, I'm looking at a thing right here. It says AOC rips Charlie Kirk, leads a horde of Democrats who voted against resolution honoring assassination. She calls it reckless.
Yeah,
just
I
speaking
watched
on
that.
the journalism side of it, people leading on, and it's both sides. It really is, but people leading on with uh the crazy bylines, of things, rips, and just all of that infusing all sorts of crazy language into the into articles. How did you
Hmm.
rip any? How did you rip anyone? And the vote was 310 to 58.
Uh-oh.
You see what I mean? So that's what I
Uh-huh.
mean. It's like the writer is letting you know, or the video creator is letting you know where they stand at the outset of their line by
Are you are you reading a
obfuscating the truth.
YouTube? Are you reading a YouTube video title, or is that an actual headline?
That was the actual headline.
It sounds
That
like a
was
YouTube video title.
what is it? It's the New York Post.
Yeah, I
Oh
mean,
well, they're
yeah,
like that, but yeah.
and
Yeah.
the headlines are crazy, man. Come on, that would be easy to rewrite in a more journalistic way. AOC leads contingent of Dems against the Charlie Kirk resolution. That's the truth.
Right.
You didn't rip anybody by losing in dramatic fashion. What 6-1? You sat at a podium with leading 57 other people who lost in a big way, and you stomped your foot about it. At best,
Yeah. No, Techie, it's both sides, bro. I think the horseshoe theory is in effect. You know what I mean? And I think that the people that are in the middle are going to be the least affected by all of this. I think it's the extremes, the extreme on both sides. Those are heavily invested are going to be the ones that are most affected by a lot of this stuff. Um,
and the slight
I'm
correction, keep it techie. I'm not a conservative, so I don't know how many times I have to say that, but yeah, not a conservative. But
I would say you're center right.
I just observe.
Well, you certainly aren't center left
Yeah, I just
based on the
observe.
things that you say. You know,
About what? Like, what
you think
view
you're.
do you think? Do you think it's just more?
I think that you have. I think you lean more. Your most prominent one is that you lean more towards order than you're all for order.
Well,
Maybe not to the extreme,
that goes
but
right back to the beginning of our conversation, which we did kind of segue from. I think I'm just pro civilization,
uh-huh.
and
Okay,
I think there's a lot of people that don't understand that some of the views that they take, that if they were extrapolated to a massive amount of people, that would kill
mm-hmm.
civilization.
Right. I agree. Okay, what is something on the Democratic side that you would agree with?
That the right could go too far.
Okay.
That is so weak. That is so weak. Oh my god. Oh my god.
But
Listen.
it's kind of
Whenever you're
hard.
ready to come,
That's not gonna work, SKC. That's
whenever
not
you're
gonna
ready to walk through the
work.
door, there will be friendly welcome faces waiting for you on the other side, bro.
It's kind of hard to make that point now, because whether people want to accept it or not, a lot on the, I guess, quote unquote left is highly radicalized against fundamental civilization.
Right.
I mean, you think about it over just the last 40 years or so. What civilization can last with an open border? What
I want
civilization what civilization can last if you're tearing down the historical figures of the past for the good and the bad that they did? It's like,
Mm-hmm.
what civilization could last if you're stating that your civilization sucks and shouldn't exist?
Right. And I don't disagree with you. All I'm simply saying is that your viewpoints lean center right. I don't think I'm insulting you or any of that stuff when I say that.
I think
I don't think there's anything wrong with
Nah,
that.
nah. I'll put it like this. It's similar to if we were to go back to that analogy of what Hood Conservative said that one day in that relationship thing of the wife said, I cheated on my husband because he was working too much. If I'm the quote unquote friend or therapist sitting in the middle of that, every single time I'm like, no, I really don't agree with anything that's coming from the white side of things.
Right.
It's not saying that I'm pro male. I'm just stating that she's being really stupid and selfish right now. And I think that a lot of people that have these left opinions are being really stupid and selfish.
Right. Yeah.
So
Techie says
yesterday,
SKC. Tech, real quick. Techie says SKC. What about universal health care? I believe everyone should have a gun and health care.
is the government going to give me a free gun? That would be so dope if we had a law that the government had to give you a free gun. Like you are legally mandated to own a gun, therefore the government will provide you with a 38 Saturday night special just in case, right? Wouldn't that be dope? Don't you want to live in a system like that?
Well,
That's a real question to keep it techie.
okay.
That's a real question to keep it techie.
The other part of the healthcare thing, then that also would state that then we also get to dictate how you take care of yourself. Because it's not fair for someone to take a bunch of health risk and then ask everyone else to pay for it. So take, for instance, like the universal healthcare thing. Okay, fine, if that's what you want to do. But I think that there's certain things that would absolutely take you out of the running for healthcare. If you abuse illicit drugs, no, you should not have universal healthcare. Everybody should not have to pay for your illegal decisions.
It's already not universal once you put a caveat on it. You see how easy it is to kill their utopia?
All right. So it's like it's easy to throw in a lot of these happy-go-lucky pie in the sky viewpoints, but when you start to go through the details, that's where I think the issues really arise from, because people just want these really easy solutions to large issues, and it just doesn't work that way. It requires brain power, because you're always going to have people that are, one, going to try to subvert things and use it to their own advantage, and then you're going to have, two, people that don't feel as though they want to be controlled, but at the same time they want the benefit of of what everyone else has signed on to.
Yeah. No, I fundamentally don't understand the people who are distrusting of government, but anytime they make an argument, it's always an argument for needing more government. I never understood that. Like, I want less government because I don't trust them.
Well, this is what I was getting at earlier when I was saying that, a lot of these people, they have a lack, a severe lack of a true political philosophy. Like, they want things, right? But, children want things. My children want all kind of shit. But as the adult, I have to understand what's possible, what's feasible, and what's actually destructive. And so from that point of view, they don't even have that kind of philosophy at all. They just have a set of demands and childlike wants. And that's kind of what makes it makes it literally childish at that point.
Right.
To give you another example, I understand the do no harm and the idea of, trying to serve the entire community. But I'm sorry, gangbangers and different things that want to shoot up the block, and then once they get shot, run to the hospital to get sewn up, I don't think that they should have the right to do that.
I can see that. See that.
Like, oh, you're in a gang? Oh, I see all the gang. No, you don't get help. I'm sorry. You chose to live outside of the rules. Now you want to get the benefit of everybody else.
Gangbangers got to pay for that Blue Cross or that emblem house like everybody else.
Yeah, it's like you go on all of these different platforms and gyrate about how much money you got, then you got enough to pay for healthcare.
Blue Crip, Blue Shield, nigga.
Right.
Blue Crip, Blue Shield, nigga. Edna Pyru.
You can pay a premium. How you selling crack and you can't pay a premium?
SKC, a question was posed to you
Oh, it's easy.
from Roscoe. Yeah, yeah.
Maintain society.
Okay.
You know, I'm not on
Yeah,
the
I would
whole.
rather have society maintained personally.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the thing about say sweet words to me type of thing. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I want to ask you guys a question. I need some enlightenment on something here. I've heard this phrase come up in several different conversations, and it's about like the LGBT thing. When they say like, because I was listening to like the Lapice show, and it was a lady up there, and she was saying that like no, I think it was Hampton. I think it was on Hand, but either way, she was saying how none of you are free until they are free too. Talking about like straight black men versus gay black men. And like, what do you think? What do you suppose they mean when they say that kind of thing? Because I can't really come up with a proper theory of mind for what that is supposed to mean.
I have no idea. Like the in certain ways, Hood, there are people that, in my opinion, they belong in an asylum. And so to try to understand, the asylum mind, that's it's like,
I can accept that. I think you might be onto something.
Wait. What was the argument again?
The idea that, and I'm paraphrasing something I heard, and I've heard this quote more than one time. But the idea, like within the black community, there is this push for like straight black men to be more supportive of the whole LGBT thing. And one of the things that'll be said is, well, you guys are not free unless everybody's free. So what does
Uh huh.
that even mean? What does that mean? I don't understand what you mean. I'm not free unless they're free too. Like, what is it? What does that actually mean? I don't know what to like envision when I hear that.
Well, it's okay. No, well, you remember we were on Auntie's the other day, right? Shout out to Auntie. We were having that discussion with
And
everybody, and
somebody was
they were
doing that
making that
same
correlation
shit.
again.
Yes, bro.
Yeah.
Why do these niggas do that?
And SKC asked that same question the other day, and it's very simple. There's a shared oppression uh, idea. So because we were oppressed and we fought for our freedom, they should be able to do the same thing. Who are we who are we with an oppressive past to tell somebody else that has an oppressive present that they can't fight for their own freedom? That's the idea of it. And I don't take that shit seriously in any way, shape, or form. It just sounds goofy. But I understand it. It just sounds goofy.
Well, it's like the whole thing about justice and what is it? What do you mean when you use that word justice, right? I don't think they mean the same thing when they use the word like freedom.
no.
What,
And
No,
and
freedom
and that
means
go
something totally different.
and that goes right back to uh our opening conversation. Let's say you're trying to set up how to, I guess, order your tribe or civilization, the very beginning of it. um you're gonna have people that don't believe uh, in justice and morality and truth. You're gonna have people that they don't even believe in concrete definitions or objectivity. They have this everything is subjective type of viewpoint. And the very basic, if you start from square one, you cannot build anything off of absolute subjectivity. there's certain things that you just hold true. The sun is going to rise up tomorrow. It's going to rain every now often. However, uh, this is why we plant crops this way. This is why we do this way for yields and whatever else. You
Mm-hmm.
can't operate in a subjective way, but you have a bunch of people now who believe that you can operate in a subjective way because they have been afforded so many creature comforts through long stretches of objectivity.
Right, right. I mean, it goes back to I think it goes back to the original conversation that we were talking about. Like when you've grown up a certain way and society has been the way that it's been, to even if you want to change it, the processes that it would take to change that, a lot of people aren't comfortable with that, man. Like change isn't easy for a lot of people.
Well,
I was.
and even on that, I think certain things should be changed and adapted over time. But the problem
Uh-huh.
that I think that a lot of people um, kind of chafe at is the people who are requesting certain changes, they don't have concrete reasons for them.
Right.
They're not doing any sort of projections or anything. They just feel, and this is right because I say so. But I didn't mean to cut you off, Hood. Go ahead.
Well, you just reminded me of something, and I now remember the guy's name too. Roland Fry. I always forget his name when I'm trying to talk about him in a moment, but Roland Fry, hey, he told a great story about the heart method. You remember that story, SKC? When he was asking a guy about these programs that they put up ostensibly to like help the kids or whatever. But then the question becomes like, well, what metrics are you using to determine whether or not the program is effective? Like, how do you know you're actually helping the kids? And the guy was like, you can just feel it in your heart. And that's what we're up against, bro. People who can feel the truth in their heart.
There you go. Hey, I mean, hey, look, check it out, bro. We 2.5 hours in. I kind of want to drop the link, but I don't want everybody to come up. I really want people who will engage in the conversation and not be on some goofy shit. Are y'all good with that?
Yeah, I'm
Uh,
open.
I only had one person on my no fly list, so I mean, it's cool.
Okay, bet. All right, I dropped the link. Y'all can come up. Y'all can come up. No randoms coming up. I ain't. If I don't know you, or if nobody knows you up here, you ain't coming up. I'm not making my screen big so I can figure out who the fuck you are. I'm not doing that shit today. So link is dropped. Y'all come on up, man. Say what you got to say. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. We got 67 in the building. I think this was a great conversation, and I hope the conversation continues to be great, man. I like it.
The when you made the title Civilization Decoded and the Invisible Layers You Never Noticed, I think there are a lot of layers that what I found when I was thinking about this conversation in a lot of the historical, I will call them myths that a bunch of that I've heard within Black Utopia. So many of those people do not want to get into the details. It's
I feel
just
like I'd make them cry, bro. I swear to God, at this point, I would be so no holds barred. I wouldn't stop until they broke. Like what's the Zulu word for humane?
I mean, we've talked about it, like take for instance, like the ships crossing the ocean and so forth, but you can't find dry dock technology or a culture of seafaring. There's no
Show me
way,
one anchor found off the coast of that whole continent, just one.
no way to dry food or take water over voyages and so forth. I remember this one guy who had it was a short video I saw on X, and he was talking about how uh, there was no African American transatlantic slave trade because how did they get water over the voyage from Africa to America? And you're talking to a person who made a video on social media who never understood what a barrel did and how how people in times before us stored water in
I
barreling
mean,
technology.
well,
It's crazy.
we were talking about the invisible layers, right? Well, imagine this. I mean, this just came up in the conversation, but the same way you need mass agriculture, you need a way to properly store everything, right? So, like giant grain temples, and how much water can you actually carry if you're just using like a hollowed out gourd or something like that? You actually have to come up with like methods of traveling, well, methods of holding the stuff so you can now travel. Because like think about this, like we talked about the military, but like you need all this stuff to have an organized military. Like, how can you go out and conquer new territory if you can't feed your soldiers for more than a day?
Well, it's even more than that. It's like depending on where you live, your situation for storing stuff is completely changed. Like if you're in a northern or southern area, you need to you only have 9 months to grow your food and you have to store it. There's no more food. So if you don't learn how to store stuff, that's life threatening. You're going to die. It's other areas where you have food year round that you don't have to work care about, like the rainforest, for example. There's food everywhere, there's water everywhere. They don't have to worry about, collective thinking because, I food's plentiful. Like it's when times are tough is when you actually have to be smart enough to, as a society, learn to like forgive some things so you can have a future. If you don't,
Bandit,
yeah.
I've rejected that thinking long ago. The idea that food is simply abundant in Africa, like you can just walk up to a random tree and pluck grapes off that bitch. No, I don't think that's how it is, bro. I
But
think
they're
even in
acting
Africa,
like it. But
it's
they're acting
well,
like it's a, like
maybe so, maybe so.
that's what my point is. Like if you go into an area where part of the year there is no food or very limited food, you're forced to be in a collective mindset. I need to pull my resources together to survive. We have a common enemy, and that would be nature. We have a common goal to survive. If you don't have like a common ground to like, I need your help because you need my help, otherwise we both die. That's a big change than, you know what, there's enough food to survive or I can survive without you. So why do I need to work with you? I mean, that's a huge way of difference of opinion of how to look at society and what I need out of it. Like if my life depends on you, am I going to stab you in the back? Am I going to steal from you? No, because if I do that, I'm going to be taken away from the community and I'm going to die because there's no food. So like, and that's just basic human nature. Like if I cheat you out of something and I get kicked out, I'm dead. Like you kick me out in the winter and I have no food, I got like what, 3 days worth of survival and I'm dead. If the food's plentiful and I can just do whatever I want, guess what? I can do everything I want. I don't need you, so screw you. I'll get to do what feels good. It doesn't matter at that point. Does that make sense? Like you're forced to be more collective as situations are tougher. If life is easy, like we have today, we don't have to worry about, things falling apart because society is basically afforded us a standard of living where we don't have to worry about our day-to-day survival. So we can be nasty to each other because we can afford to be nasty to each other. If things were tougher and we actually had to work together to survive, things would be completely different. If only I made shoes and only you farmed and I need food and you need shoes, we're going to work together. We'll make a deal because I need that item. But if I can go to Amazon and have someone in China build, farm for me or make shoes at, 2 cents for a pair of shoes, and then it's upsold to us. I don't really care what you do. I'll just buy it on the internet. And that distance from means of production to getting the good causes issues. Like, for example, no one knows really unless you hunt, what it's like to take a life or to actually butcher an animal to eat. We just go to the grocery store, pick up a couple steaks, and we go cook on the grill, and we just think life goes on. But if you actually had to go and do the thing, and might not eat for a couple days because, hey, I can't find a deer, or I can't find something to hunt, and I have to go hungry, you'll appreciate food a hell of a lot more when you actually have to work for it. If you know that every meal is not guaranteed, when you get some food, you're going to appreciate it, and you're not going to waste anything. You're actually
and that's what I was saying earlier,
Yeah.
Bandit, before you came, is that
Yeah.
You have people that they will use certain terms like survive
Mhm.
and survival, but they truly don't. Their concept of it is a first world view of survival, not actual life and death, live on the land style
Mhm.
of survival.
Yeah, and I mean, it doesn't take much. It literally just takes someone going camping and just don't bring food, and oh, I missed a meal, now I'm hungry. Now I understand. Like, this isn't like I have to starve for days and days to learn these kind of lessons. This is just like, or just gaining empathy and having to work with people. I mean, it's sad that we're so compartmentalized to the point where, like, I can just order something from Amazon. I don't need to have human reactions every day, and I can just do what I want. Like, that's toxic.
Uh, I remember when I was like, I think I was like 18 or 19, and I had like moved out of my mom's house and I had my first apartment. At a certain point, it occurred to me I have never ever actually been hungry in my entire life because like I lived with my mom and she, was a decent mom and all that. We lived in decent places and shit. It wasn't until I got out in the world on my own and then I had to live off my own money and my own wits, or I had to go to my mom's house in shame and I, raid the fridge or whatever. But like it occurred to me at that moment, like, damn, you have never actually felt what true hunger feels like. You don't even know what that is. You have been spared that indignity because, you had a mom and all that. She had a job and worked and all that shit. So I think that's largely true in the Western perspective. None of us know what true hunger is.
Agreed. And
Hey,
to add
hey,
on to what you're
hey,
saying, oh, okay,
hey,
go ahead.
Hood. We got stuff. We got stuff in America like fasting. Like, think about
Yeah,
that. Like
which
a
is
conscious decision to starve yourself.
like
Fasting.
cosplay hunger. Niggas do cosplay hunger, bro. Well, I'm not gonna eat anything at all for one day out of
Like, you gotta
out of
to
remembrance. It's so
discipline
stupid.
yourself to not eat. You know what I'm saying? This it's different, bro.
Well,
It's different.
it's different because in America the fat people are poor and the skinny people are rich.
That's the other thing. Like, it all depends on what you're eating. Like, even if you're eating Big Macs every day, you're technically starving yourself because there's not enough nutrients. Even though you have a caloric intake, you're not getting all the minerals and everything else that you need, and you're technically starving. That's why, like, you ever see like someone that's poor that's like skinny fat? That's someone that's technically starving because their body is storing whatever fat they can. Even though they're skinny, they might have a gut. It's because they're starving themselves. They're not getting the nutrients that they want. So any kind of fat that goes in their body, they're storing it as fat. It's not getting turned to muscle or anything else. And you're seeing that a lot lately. I've seen so many skinny fat people. It's not even funny. Like, you got like a beer gut, but you weigh like 120 pounds. And you just go, why is that the case? So it's like, if we were eating healthier or we actually had food that wasn't poisoning us, I think we would have less of these conversations too, because I think another reason why we keep having that conversation of why people are acting like idiots or why people are not smart is, I think we're robbing the body of the mind, for the sense that we're not giving the right nutrients, we're not getting B12, we're not getting all the vitamins we need. So people are acting like retarded in that sense.
I forgot. There was a note that I took the other day that I wanted to chat with you about Freezone, and I hate to make a hard right and back into the civilization thing, but um, how many times have you heard people have this high opinion of Genghis Khan? Have you have you ever heard people?
Absolutely.
Only Asians for the most part, but yes.
Yeah, and
Nah. I done heard some niggas make that argument.
Yeah, he gets it for one reason and one reason alone. Genghis
yes,
Khan is like JP's spirit animal.
right. But one thing that because I remember studying it because I love the whole Eastern culture thing and the histories and all that stuff. His two sons who took over, uh, I think it's Odegi and Kubla. They didn't want to live like their father at all.
Mm-hmm.
That nomadic raiding and capturing people and living and just continuously on the move and all that other stuff. As soon as he died, they shut all of that crap down and started to do the same thing that the Chinese were doing. Farming, administration. We need to make diplomatic relations. We need to settle, and that's it.
Well, this goes throughout history. The other one that did that was Alexander the Great. His sons didn't consolidate. They didn't grow the empire. They just consolidated after he died. It's the same thing.
Yeah, well, yeah, his four generals, because he
Yeah,
died pretty early. But
the same thing.
Genghis, his sons, that nomadic lifestyle that people called him Genghis great for and all of that stuff. As soon as he died, they abandoned all of that crap.
Well, the thing is, it takes a very special person to do that because it's not just that you have to be a great leader. You have to inspire the people below you. You have to run this state. You have to form political alliances. You got to be basically outsmarting and out surviving the next person, next culture. Like it's very I mean, you have to be wickedly smart. You got to be wickedly strong. You got to be wickedly empathetic. You have to inspire people. Like the checklist that you have to be a great leader. I mean, there's a reason why they call it once in a generation.
I just find that fascinating because one generation, the all of that power, and as soon as that power vacuum occurred at the death of Genghis Khan, his sons were like, nah, we don't want anything to do with this nomadic stuff. We have seen these other people that we have been trying to conquer and all this other stuff. We want that civilization that they had.
Well, it's the problem is most successful people, when it comes to that, believe of backstabbers because they study history, and anytime someone collects power, there's always someone going to stab in the back. So they never plan for succession. Very few cultures plan on succession once the ruler dies. Who takes over what? How are we going to do this? It's kind of like you when you're alive. How often do you think of estate planning or like planning for your funeral? You don't. And when you die, it all goes to shit. So there's only a few times in history that I can think of where like maybe the English with the count the inbreeding out of it, but like planning for kings and stuff, they actually planned their succession. And it worked for a little bit. Then it didn't work. And when it didn't work, you had the War of the Roses, you had the 100 Years' War. That's what I'm saying. Like when you don't plan for succession, society really suffers.
Well, one of the things I was thinking about when that came into view is since the Mongols were not agricultural people under Genghis Khan, they lived off of the agricultural standards of other civilizations.
Mm-hmm.
They could not grow unless those other people were doing what they were doing.
Well,
And in certain places, they didn't want to just absolute conquer these people because they were like, nah, we want them to kind of survive so they can go back and do their farming thing so we can come back next year when we run out of crops and such and such.
Well, you also
And to me, I think that there are a lot of people within the states that have that same kind of mindset.
Well, the other problem is you grow. You say you're an army of 100 people. Just use easy numbers, and we take over all this vast territory. Okay, I have to now supply, feed, maintain, and I have these people alliance themselves to overtake me. So you're dealing with a population. Even Genghis Khan, even though he's capturing people, he grew his empire by, we'll just say, 10,000 times the size of what it was. The logistics of running that empire when you are now a minority of that empire, it gets real scary because it just means that, I can just have one province push against me, and then I don't have the numbers now. So that's why you have to rule by force, fear, through acquisition, through treaties, and all that other stuff, because that's the only way you can consolidate power. And most of the time, that's what kills empires. It's you grow so fast, you become the minority of your own empire because you just don't have the numbers, and then within 50 to 100 years, the minorities rise up and then overflow you. Kind of like a classic example would be the Luddites. They were put down, but it's the same concept. Socialism is the same concept. There's more of us than there are of you, so we can take over because we have the numbers. Life is always going to be a numbers game. If you got the numbers, you're going to win. If you don't have the numbers, I'm sorry, you're going to lose, unless you have something to do with the numbers.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Right now we have technology to beat the numbers, but throughout history, it's always been the numbers. Whoever has the numbers normally wins.
I don't know if I agree with that anymore. I mean, if you take just the very concept of what the top 1% own, how much wealth is it that the top 1% control?
I think it's 50%. Could be wrong.
Well, even with that, that number would now be money instead of actual population. But the number argument does still stand.
Well, the thing is, the only way to beat the numbers throughout history is through technology. So you got to be better technologically advanced, or have some kind of up to either appease the population or to get rid, or have it so that your weapons are so much better than another culture's weapons that it'd be stupid for them to overthrow you. That's why the Europeans were able to take over most of it, because they had a technological advantage over the rest. And if the technology, just like America, if we don't have the numbers compared to the rest of the planet, but we have the technology. If we ever fall with the technology, we would be overrun by most of the planet because it would be tough. They're sick of our crap. But they know they can't go against us because we have the biggest budget and the best technology. And
correct.
Fails, and my argument still stands. If you don't have the technology or the numbers, you're done.
Good point.
And
hey, Sigma, I know you haven't said anything. He's over there being patient like the fucking Ronin that he is. Go ahead, Sigma. Go over there with Zen-like patience. Waiting 2 days for the fucking red carpet to be rolled out for you. I see what you're doing. You're doing, Sigma.
Hey, 9 days, patience is for real. Patience is a virtue because seems like not many folks have it.
My bad.
No, you're good. You're good. I just wanted to. I know if I don't say his name, he's just gonna sit there quiet. Go ahead, Bandit. You can get in whenever you can, Sigma.
Yeah, go ahead, Bandit. I'll chime in a bit.
No, I talked enough. You guys, I'm muting myself.
Well, I wanted to circle back on something, and SKC, you know me being a World War II history junkie. There was a question you posed earlier about what would a hard right uprising would look like. And one of the prime examples I got is not really talked much in World War II history, but it definitely played a big role in this country kind of moving in the direction that it eventually ended up in. So if you go back into the 1920s, there was an incident in Japan that they called the February 26th incident. What happened is you had some young military officers who decided to do a coup d'etat to try to overthrow the current, or not current, but the government of that time, which surprisingly enough, most people don't know that when Japan modernized, it tried to copy the same type of legal system as Western Europe. So, like the United Kingdom, a little bit of Hungary, and all. So, it tried to copy that to have some semblance of democracy. But what ended up happening is the military, which by default was already more nationalistic than the population itself, kind of orchestrated some political violence that started to shift people towards a more military control. And so what ended up happening is that February 26th incident, the emperor himself had to quell the coup d'etat amongst the young officers. And even though he prevented the uprising, it actually moved the people towards more of a hard right living space. In other words, the military now kind of ruled over people's lives rather than the people themselves or even a constitutional monarchy.
Well, you're onto something. Military is religion. Okay, if you look at the dogma, the way they train people, they build through a mythos and everything else. Military is religion. And to answer your question, a right wing uprising would be through the only way you could do it is through a religion, or you have to have some deity. Like for example, I will use current events to prove this. Look at Charlie Kirk. A lot of people. I mean, his death. They're kind of seeing him as a martyr, and he's being religiousized as we speak to be a martyr for free speech. So he's the deity of free speech, and he died. And now everybody's using that cause to action because they're deifying him. So a right wing growth in a country is through some kind of deifying somebody or through some kind of military takeover, because both of those are seen through as religion. The opposite would be collectiveness, where you're putting the state. Now, there's a difference when I'm talking the difference between state and military. Military ethos would be through the way men look at culture. Like we look at society through bringing tough times. We're not dignifying the military. We're using military principles. So that would be the right. Using collective approach would be saying the collective is more important than the individual. So that's the thing. You look what religion kind of looks at. Most religions today looking at internally. You need to be a better person. You need to work on these things. This is what I'm striving to be a better person. It's more based on individualism. The
Right. And,
collective.
and Bandit, that's where I was getting at, because what most people didn't know was that with this incident that happened in Japan, February 26th, as you rightfully said, the military by default has more of a religious ethos. Reason being is because think about it. If you currently join the military, one of the aspects that they train hard and kind of instill into military folks is loyalty. Well, you have to have something binding to instill that loyalty into the military.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in some aspects, like you said, is religion. Other aspects, it could be something more of like a cultural phenomenon or like a some sort of historical reference. But most of the time, it is religious.
Well,
And
mhm.
well, like you pointed out, it's now. I think that's where we're starting to see this shift, because I'm seeing this I'm kind of seeing the same thing that's happening back before World War II that's also happening now, where because you had somebody like Charlie Kirk who is almost in a deity form, even though he had his flaws, but the mere fact that leading up to his death, there was nothing that he warrant a violent ending is why even a normal person who may be citrus is now starting to move in that religious or what you say that ethos type of thinking because of the fact that human civilized humans want stability, they want security, and when it looks like now there's a culture that breeds violence,
Well,
civilized humans are going to start to try to move away from that, even if it means harsher laws or stricter living conditions.
and I really want you to really emphasize the military here because I'm going to compare the military to religion real quick
Hmm.
because I think that's a profound thing that you said right there. Because let's think of that. What does the American military do? The whole purpose is we're going to tear you down and build you up in our image. What is
Yep.
that like? That sounds like Catholicism. What is the purpose of a military? I'm here to be a part of a bigger group and sacrifice myself for the community or for my cause. What does that sound like? Religion. The hierarchy. There's going to be people giving you orders and telling you what to do. That sounds very much like the Bible. I have rules that you need to live by. I have a code, an ethics, a morality, a rules of engagement. These are all sounding the same. So military and religious, and if you notice, a lot of religious people that won the Medal of Honor are highly religious.
Oh yeah.
Like you want to talk about the guy that won the Medal of Honor in World War One? What's his name? Sergeant York, highly religious guy.
Mm-hmm.
He went in and charged a bunker with just a pistol. He had 10 guys. He had 7 shots in his 1911, and he took them out, all of them, and the other one surrendered when he ran out of bullets. So I'm just saying, religion and military go hand in hand. And I would honestly look at, if you really understand what this time frame is, look at what went on between 1880, like the Gilded Age, 1880 to about 1910. Okay, a lot of people, the new religion was out there with mysticism, and that was taking over everything. Everybody thought at that time that, speaking to spirits was actually real and that you could communicate, and they were making rules kind of like the same way it was happening with the Protestant Reformation. We kind of went through that in the 1880s. You look at the cults of like John Kellogg and everything that's going on there. That was a religious organization that went very pure with the body. Of course, he had some really messed up views on an ethno-state and eugenics, but taking that part aside, he was the first one to combine food and everything else in a religious cult, and you just kind of see that today with how they're treating Charlie Kirk's death. They're basically forming a cult, like behind anybody that's against. You're either with us, against us. We're gonna basically pull your job from you if you go against us. It's very tribal in that sense, and that's how it was back in the 1880s, which lended into World War One and then eventually World War Two. So, and this is kind of why if you look at history, they never teach you in your history books what happened between 1880 and in World War One. You ever notice that in your history books, guys? We always went from like the Civil War to like World War One.
Oh yeah.
And we
Yeah,
always,
it's a huge
Yeah,
gap.
you're getting into the Great Reset. You keep talking about this trade's going to pop up.
yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
break in the nasty dog.
But it's interesting because as everybody on the panel, like I honestly think that, and Shane Gillis has said it multiple times, I think to be conservative, you have to love a little bit of history. I think
Yep.
it's a prerequisite because that's part of the pattern recognition. And when you don't, and I don't think you can be a conservative or on the right side without pattern recognition. You can't see things because I do find it profound that leftists have no idea what's coming, but every time the right can call their moves like 50 moves ahead, it just seems to be that way. But to get back to the cultural thing, and I'll just ask this, and then I'll shut up. If seeing where we are now and what kind, other than World War II, what kind of historical like flashpoints do you see happening back then that you see today, excluding World War II?
I think I called it earlier when I got to the French Revolution, because a lot of our modern liberal paradigm basically started in the French Revolution. And even I really didn't know this growing up because nobody talks about this kind of stuff while you're in high school. You know, when you're young and impressionable, they don't tell you these things. They teach you about racism and shit, feminism. But the French Revolution was like an orgy. It was like the first orgy of left wing political violence. And so it seems like, we keep gearing up for that sort of thing every so often, different places, but same vibe, different town over and over again.
Mm-hmm. Well, the French Revolution, I mean, there's the every 70 years there's going to be a revolution that basically has been stagnant all the way back to the Spanish Inquisition and even further back. So we're due for a revolution, like historically. Like things are never this good for this long. Like this is rare to go basically almost 80 years without a revolution where the primary power hasn't been taken over by something. So, and the problem with the French Revolution is it never died. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's true.
Most of the time, if you look at cults or views of thinking, they normally die. Something normally replaces them or the moods change. But people revere the French Revolution more than they view capitalism or even American Revolution. Like anytime you talk about revolution, you talk to a leftist, you're always going to say, "Oh, the French Revolution was so much more important." And if you know your history, man, that was a bloodbath. You're narking on your friends. Your neighbor next to you was getting beheaded. There, even if you're on the same side, you could be on the same side, and then 3 years later they'll behead you because you didn't agree to everything you're saying. What does that sound like? Of course, the left.
So Bandit,
Yeah, they kind of believe Bandit, and from what I've read and what I've seen, it seems as though they believe that the French Revolution and the thinkers that come from that time period were right, but just went about it the wrong way. Like there was just a few things that just needed to be tweaked and then you would have the society that they view as more as a utopia. And I think that's the reason why they often quote from and take ideas from those thinkers at that time and try to elevate the Enlightenment as something grand to all of mankind.
Well, the problem with the French Revolution is it never had a climax. Like, for example, most revolutions, we look at it, they climax and they move on. We're still in the fighting phase. Like there hasn't been like a point where they say, okay, we got what we wanted. It's just always been more. Like you've never been at the settlement phase. It's always been, we got to fight, and it just never stopped. And that was the big take from the French Revolution. Is like we have to keep killing people to get what we want, and we can't settle. We can't look at what went right, what went wrong, how can we improve. We haven't hit that stage. It's always been your classic eat, sleep, fight, bust. That is the French
So
Revolution.
that's why I coined the phrase.
There we broke ground. A white person's eat, sleep, fight, bust is the French Revolution.
That's why I coined the phrase the forevolution, because the revolution is never meant to be won. It's meant to be fought.
Right. Now, to kind of hit on that point, Bandit, when you look at major revolutions or styles of revolution in history, most of the time you can pinpoint the exact endpoint of that revolution. So, like for example, the American Revolution ended with the founding of the U.S. Constitution. The ending of the American Civil War, the first Civil War, ended with the passing of the 14th Amendment. For the French Revolution, there was no endpoint. There was no meeting or some document that was stamped out to say this officially ended the French Revolution.
And why was that? Keep going with that. Why was that?
Oh yeah, the leftists wanted to keep it going, or should I say, the people on the left wanted to continue it to go. They did not want it to end. They wanted no document to say we're officially done with the French Revolution.
They did, and you know what it was, and they'll never admit it. It literally bankrupted France and turned France into a third world country because they they went into bankruptcy, and
Yep.
that's something no one wants to talk about. French Revolution and communism is like 1A and 1B. No one talks about how it bankrupted France to the point where they had to dispose of the king and the queen and then had to start a brand new government and still was broke and they had to take loans out, which caused more infighting in the country for the next 100 years. The only reason why France survived is because it was the biggest country in Europe, because at the time, Germany was all fiefdoms. It was all little kingdoms. Germany wasn't united until 1861 or 1860s, 1865, something like that. So you're looking at it would be like the comparison would be United States goes bankrupt and having like Arizona trying to pick up the pieces and try to build a society after that. Like you can't do that. It's going to take decades, and that's what happened.
Well, I mean, as I recall, it's like with the whole French Revolution thing. They stated all this stuff about blood in the streets and the upheaval of everything, but they never got rid of the bureaucracy, all the tax collectors and the administrators and everything. They just wanted them to be under their guard. All of the things that the monarchy made, they just wanted to be in control of it. They didn't want to absolutely change it.
That is correct, because in their eyes, the goal wasn't change. The goal was power. And if you hunger for power, power never. You're always going to be thirsty for power. There's no. We have enough power. It's just more power means I want more power, and if I want more power, I'm going to take it from someone else, and then that happens to the point where someone else takes my power away from me. So it becomes an us versus them, and there's always going to be more them than us.
So I think it's a similar thing in that they will make, and I'm saying they, I think this is more or less like we're all talking about the left in certain ways, especially the radical.
Mm-hmm.
When they say all this stuff about changing a bunch of stuff, to a great extent, they're not changing crap. They just want to be in control of it.
Yeah, agreed. And the problem is the rights are being adults, and we're basically sitting on our hands and feet and say, "Don't punch me." Until that changes, we're going to get the same crap.
Yeah.
And I will say,
I think they're too. I think they're too stupid to understand that the institutions that are set up, they can't be run the way that they want them.
well, remember, it's not about the institutions. Institutions are a means of power.
Right, but even the way that they want to wield that power, the institutions will not serve their interests.
But they're not looking like
it will collapse.
No, they're looking at it as, so you're looking at it two steps down the road. They're not thinking that far. They're thinking of current. I want power. Give me power. I will use these tools for more power. Now, do these tools even work? No, I haven't got to that point. I just want more power. They haven't got that far ahead.
Right, and that's why I stated earlier, Hood, when we were having a conversation about the difference between the two is like when you were saying the relationship thing about the chick that's like, oh, my husband, he works too much and such, so now I need to go sit on this other man's lap. She's thinking instantly of, I just want to be made to feel good,
Correct.
instead of not understanding that this decision will break up my entire family.
Well, emotions are fleeting, and if you're willing to give up stability for a a bottle rocket of emotions, meaning like I'm going to feel good and then I have to look for the next moment. It's like chasing a high. That's what women are doing. They're chasing a high. I feel good. He doesn't make me feel good, so I'm going to chase the other high. But then what happens when that high goes away? Now I got to find another high. It's like a druggie.
Right. And I use that analogy because that's pretty much how I view a lot of the things that are coming out of the left, as you're chasing highs. You're not using any sort of foresight or looking at situations as what could possibly go wrong, what are going to be the trade-offs to this decision or not. It's always, no, if we make this decision, everything will be perfect.
Yeah, just like communism. We haven't tried communism enough.
If we make this decision, everything will be perfect. And I'm glad that Ty jumped back into the chat where he says empty vibes addiction. I state this almost all the time when I see him. I recall being on a panel on his show talking with people. I think it was one time when he actually invited me on and we were having a back and forth one-on-one, and then he invited some people up. And I began to ask some questions of just very basic stuff to people. Okay, this is your idea. You think that this is good, whatever. Give me a SWOT report of it. What is its strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats? And every time we get to weaknesses and threats, they stated that there were none, that these are like perfect ideas. These are the style of people that you're dealing with. They have no concept of backup plan or that there could be some trade-offs to this decision that they're making.
And not only that, SKC, to go back to what Bandit said, they have no recollection of history, because if you just simply go to history and find other societies or cultures or countries that had the system that they want to implement, then you can see, oh, here are the weaknesses for this type of system we want, or here are the weaknesses of the type of policies that we're looking for. But again, you won't know that if you're living under an ideology where you're just focused on the here and now.
But it's worse than that. They're not. So you guys are thinking, the left doesn't think in hierarchy the way you guys are thinking of hierarchy. They're not looking at systems as a means to, maintain power. They haven't. Maintaining power is not what they want. The goal is ultimate power. They don't care about the system. The system is just a tool for a means to an end. It's not designed for them as, how am I going to maintain this power? They're not thinking that. They're thinking, when I get power, you're going to listen to me, and that's it. Their ultimate goal is dictatorship. The means of how they get to that power, they'll do whatever it takes. They'll change the system. They'll use, the educational system. They'll use whatever systems are currently available to gain that power, but they don't care about maintaining that power. That's the mistake you guys are making.
So let me ask you this though.
Yeah.
Isn't that what the right doing right now? They basically consolidating power into the executive branch. Isn't that what they're doing right now? Like, for instance, September 31st is going to be September 30th or 31st. One of those two is going to be the end of the fiscal year. Right now, they're holding the budget.
It is the end of the year. If you look at business, the end of the year is technically.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the government fiscal year, the way they calculate their budget, or they have to have their budgets in, and then the money is dropped come the October 1st for the next fiscal year.
Yes, that's how businesses run.
I'm not talking about a business. I'm talking about the government.
Yeah, government is run like a business. Your business.
So why are they consolidating? But anyway, regardless of that, why are they consolidating power right now?
Well,
they're doing the same thing you're saying about the left.
Right now, the right is using the rules already established to make change. When has there been when has the right in try other than trying to impeach Clinton over, you know, morality stuff, but has the right gone in and taken Biden when we had the opportunity to impeach him and impeach him? No. We said they should 25th him, but they never did it. The right is really not trying to take over the left as much as the left is trying to take over the right. You know, I mean, think about
I
this.
don't know,
You got
bro.
no look at the
And I'm not here to defend the left,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Or I don't want
Well,
you to
you're
think that, but I mean, I can see both sides. I see both sides. It's basically both sides of the same coin. I mean, whoever's in power, especially when they got stuff strategically set up, they're gonna try to consolidate as much power as they want to. So I don't think the right is innocent like the way you're making it seem like they're the only stand up side of this whole
well. Let's
government that we have.
look at the flip side.
Well,
If
first of all,
right
you have to
now
clarify
have
terms because you said like because I think what you're referring to is fiscal year, and
yeah,
fiscal mean is the extension
I
of
know what it
financial,
means. I know what it means. It's
right?
okay.
So you so then that shouldn't be a that shouldn't be a cause of confusion unless you're saying they're holding the budget as a political play
Yeah,
on the
that's what they're
government.
doing right now. Yes, that's exactly what they're doing right now. The person that's over it, is it Russell Vault? You can go look it up. I mean, they were complaining about it not that long ago because they're trying to take the power away from Congress because they control the purse.
well
Like
that's
you can see it.
but the difference is in 2 months ago they only had a 60-day continuation. That's the thing that they also don't tell you.
Yeah,
They
no, I know that.
they only had 60 days to continue the budget. It was not a signed budget when
I
they
know that.
it was just so once again we have a budget deadline again. That's the thing. It wasn't like they passed a budget for a year. It was a continuation for 2 months because they approved the debt ceiling for 2 months, and now we're back at it again. So it was not a continuation. It was a band-aid. There was no signed thing. And if the right was going to take power right now, like you were saying, the fact, I mean, you have the Supreme Court, the Senate, the House, and then you have one of the most prominent figures on the right being assassinated. Okay, if the right really wanted to take power, they would declare martial law, like the left would, which is what the left wants to do.
Let me ask
Well,
a
hold
question,
on.
please.
Let me.
The thing about the left and the right, what is your because SKC brought this up earlier, and we don't really have an example of it. What is the right wing going too far? What does that look like to you? And what is the history of the right wing actually going too far in America? What is like the track record of it all?
Well, my eyes, we've had it. It's just we had it in caveman times. The extreme right would be, natural law. That's the
Well, we're talking about in America.
well, same thing. Fending for yourself. True individualism. It's just you against the world. That would be extreme right.
So what? And I think what Hood is saying is what is a historical example that one could look at and say, see, this is an example of
That's what I'm saying.
America going too far right. What is that?
Never happened because
Right.
the too far right would be extreme individualism. It would be my way. It would be anarcho-capitalist. It would be basically that would be the extreme. Would be anarcho-capitalist.
Right. I think the
That's
closest you could say America maybe was going more towards the hard right had to be post Civil War during the Reconstruction era. But even then, that wouldn't be considered hard right. That was more of America like, okay, we just had a civil war, the North has won, they've taken over, but even they gave grace to the South to rebuild themselves. So it's not like they just completely took over, like we're going to change your whole lifestyle outside of slavery in regards of how you run your culture.
the thinking about it. Maybe I would say the most extreme right we've had would be the Gilded Age, right before World War II or World War One. I would say Gilded Age would peak republicanism. So you're looking at
I would,
1880, 1810.
I would say they would give you a whole bunch of responsibility, right? Because right are the ones talk about nuclear family and everything. So they will try to put men in marriage roles as much as possible. So either you get married or you'll have to pay a bachelor tax.
You know, the reason why I brought this up is because there are two sort of unseen fantasies that we're dealing with right now. There's the fantasy of the left wing utopia, and then there's the fantasy of the far right boogeyman. And generally speaking, the left wing utopia, obviously nobody's ever seen one. And the far right boogeyman, I mean, honestly, let's just rip the band-aid off. It's Adolf. Adolf is really the ultimate um, coalescence of all your far right concerns as far as the left wing goes, right? So they
But
imagine everything as like 1940s Germany. But here's the problem. Here's the problem. I bet you before the war started to turn, you would have loved being a German living in 1940s Germany.
yeah, 1920s, 30s Germany, you would have loved it because they were giving you nationalism. But the thing is,
What?
Even Mr. Mustache Man was still
What? Hold on, hold
he
on.
was still a leftist because it was still socialist values. You still had the collection of the highway system. You still had the people's car. Like
Yeah, the
he's
Volkswagen.
yeah, he's still not true true far right. He's still considered in my eyes middle of the road because we
Okay.
really
I
anytime
I would lean more. Oh,
power
never mind. Go ahead.
yeah, every time you try to collectivize power into something that's not right, that's left. The only, in my eyes, the only way you can be a true um, conservative would be you have to be completely individualistic. And the only
I
way you
kind
can,
of I
Right.
disagree. Yeah, I disagree with that.
They'll let you. I say they will still let you be an individual, but it's like I heard the military. I think it was Marines. They say we're not gonna make you do it. We'll just make you sorry that you didn't. They'll take that kind of philosophy. Like
Which honestly,
you,
I think true conservatism is going to be more like a Christian right wing fascist type of thing. Like that's really what the true conservative position ultimately would land on. I don't know how far that goes though. Like I don't know if that's a far right thing to be completely afraid of.
maybe McCarthyism in the 1950s.
I mean, McCarthy was
I would
kind
say
of singular
McCarthyism.
focused. McCarthy had one focus though. Like
Yeah, but I'm saying what he was
Hey,
trying
hold on.
to do. He was trying to
Yeah,
I
what?
need to correct something, bro. Like y'all said earlier,
you.
you said the 1930. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
we can hear you.
Yeah, y'all said
you
the
got it.
1930s was a great time to be living in Germany. You know they was going through a depression, right?
Not in the 30s.
No, that is a
By the
known
Okay.
fact
time,
that Germany.
All right.
It was a known fact that Germany, right after the collapse, the financial collapse, that's how Hitler got into power. He took advantage and actually helped rebuild the
Because
economy.
they were going through a
and
depression.
that's
So they
why.
was looking for anything to
But
get the country back on
But
track.
Germany became a world
even
power in the
yeah,
1930s.
I know that.
even if we're off by a couple of years, you have to
I'm just saying
understand
though, they was going through a depression.
the fact that he's loved and they would follow him that way is because he saved them and he made their country greater. And
Exactly.
so, like, this did happen. So there was a time. Like, this is why I couched my statement by saying, before the war turned against Germany, you would have loved it. As a German, you would have loved it. They were never up like they were up before.
Yeah, I would
I mean,
say
people forget Time magazine made Hitler Man of the Year back in what, 1934,
uh,
1935?
no, it's 39.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember.
I would say peak.
Right before it got bad.
I would say peak Germany would be 1938. To be honest.
Yeah.
I
And
mean,
the thing,
isn't it typical for extreme systems to go good before they go bad? I mean, even
no,
if you take fascists, even if you take Italy under Mussolini during that time, it was going well until it didn't.
well, the thing,
Well,
I'll say the
they
opposite is
lost the
true too
war though.
because I say the opposite is true too. When things go bad, they can go really good. My example would be race riots, like Tulsa and all. A lot of those communities were flourishing, and then after they were destroyed, they were reconstructed much better than they were before.
Well, y'all do know during the 1930s. Well, are y'all talking about for the Germans it was good? Because for anybody else, it wasn't.
Yes, brother. That's
Oh,
literally the
okay. All right.
entirety of the
Never
argument.
mind.
It was
Never
good to
mind.
be a
I'm thinking
German
y'all
in
talking about.
Germany in the 40s.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
bro,
Yeah,
bro. When things get that bad, it's an economic problem. So all you need is somebody who's business minded to fix the situation.
I mean, to be honest with you, like with Germany just decided it was dumb because Hitler was impatient. If Hitler would have just stick with bombing England for an extra year instead of invading Russia, he would have won, and then he could have taken Russia by himself instead of doing two wars.
And I think to answer your question, I think somebody asked the question: Can before I guess a really powerful person that's taking over a country, does it get good before it really gets bad? Nah, it could get really bad. I mean, just look at Mao. The people were in they were
Right.
suffering hard under Mao.
What was it, 100 million people dead? Like, I don't think
Y-
people. That's a third of the United States currently, not back in the 50s. Currently, one third of the United States is dead. It means one in three people that you know do not exist anymore. That's insane.
Right. So what would too far right look like in America where you have a diverse group of
Well,
people?
it would be a one religion, so maybe a Christian, Jewish, or Muslim state where a pope slash priest slash whatever is ruling the country. So I would say if you want to look at history, the closest thing we came to right was probably Puritanism in the 1600s. That
Okay.
would probably be the closest to alt right that you're going to get, where you have the religion as the rule of law. It was very strict. I mean, you guys read Scarlet Letter when you were a kid. If you would be stamped with an X on your chest if you had adultery, or A on your chest with adultery. That would be the most
Might have to bring that back. We was really cooking back then, bro.
well. That would be my answer for the ultra right state of America would be Puritanism, and they were too extreme for Europe, so they had to come to America.
Well, to my knowledge, I don't think any examples of far right in past in history had a capitalist economy on top of it. So
Yeah, they
you have
did.
to factor
Puritanism was
in.
And
capitalist.
then my my whole problem is that the further back in time you go, the more right wing everything becomes by our modern definition. So like I'm looking for this right wing horrible nightmare, and all I just see are visions of the past. Like this is literally where we came from.
You know what? You know what it is. You know, it just hit me. It would just go back to um, well, only the people who the landowners will vote. That's what it will be. Because if you took them away, if you take that go back to that, you don't have the left wing just crumbles all together because they wouldn't even exist without basically without them having their rights. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So if you just take that away, it's going to go back to. I mean, that's the most extreme it's
I
going to
think
be.
Hold on. You
the
saying
modern take on that is anybody who is not a net taxpayer, you don't get a say, you don't get to vote. So if you come in, if you collect welfare or whatever like that, you're probably not going to get a vote. But if you actually have to write a check to the government every tax season, well, then you get to vote. Simple as that.
But that wouldn't be extreme. That's still kind of moderate because you're putting in. You know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, compared to where we are now, I guess compared to where we are now, it would seem extreme because of what the norm is. Like everybody can vote except for felons. But essentially, if you just take that away, you know, you get rid of the left altogether, and then by definition, that would be extreme right because there is no left. The left wouldn't exist. And then the other thing I was going with is that America will have one standard, and if you deviate from that standard, you'll just be taxed. You'll just be taxed to death, like out the nose
So
for bucking the American culture.
I just looked it up. 1830 is when the United States dropped the requirement to own property as a voting condition. was 1830.
All right, so coincide with that. See if there's a graph that shows you like the progression of leftist politics.
I have that right here. I have the history through voting. It starts with 1787 with the Constitution. 1830, the ownership as a requirement for voting was such as large percentage of the population that polls policies began to develop. 1868, the 14th Amendment with African Americans getting the right to vote. 1870 was given the right to vote in the 15th, which prohibited state or local government from denying the right to vote. 1890, Wyoming became the first state to recognize women's right to vote. And 1913 was the ratification of the 17th Amendment calling for popular elections of the United States senators. So that's another thing that a lot of people miss. Remember, back in the day, you didn't vote for the senator. You only voted for the House the House. Your your state government voted for the senators. That got changed in 1913. So that's relatively recent. So you technically, if you go back to the old way of doing things, you're only going to vote for the president and the U.S. House. The Senate's voted by the state.
I don't know, Bandit. It's like we go back into the voting thing and all of that. I can't help myself but to ask the question, and Keep It Tucker was here, and I think he wondered who I posed this question to. A bunch of people, Keep It Tucky.
Really?
And I'll ask it again. Now that we're going through the voting thing again, how did the slaves get set free?
See, based on, I mean, I can answer straight up, bro. Off the history that I learned in high school. I mean, Emancipation Proclamation, through Abraham Lincoln, and then eventually the Civil. Well, that was during the Civil War, and then the Union won the war, obviously, which consisted of all the freemen from the North,
okay,
as well as everybody, and then the 13th Amendment.
All right, so we just talked about who could vote. 13th Amendment. It's 1865. Black people couldn't vote until the 15th Amendment, which was 1870. Who voted for the 13th Amendment? Who made it a law to abolish slavery in the United States?
White people.
The Union. The white people. Yeah. No, I mean, who won the war?
It wasn't 1870.
It was the Union.
And that is the problem that a lot of, I would say, a lot of the pro-blacks, they just shriek at that answer that it was white people who made the abolishment of slavery in America.
I mean, we can't deny history. We can't deny. I mean, that's basically
even globally. The English Navy obliterated the actual slave trade. So, and remember, you Africans didn't have a navy, so you couldn't have done it yourselves.
But I think the
problem is, my brother, you don't understand that it was disingenuous of the white man to give the black man that power. They only did it to attack the South.
Who is beneath you that's speaking in the chat? I mean, on the screen.
I don't know.
I don't know.
That's Mystery Enigma.
Okay, Mystery Enigma.
My brother, you have to open your third eye, my brother.
Yeah, and I'm with Rich, and I understand. That's what I'm talking about. Look at the chat right now. Look at a name called Stanley Cross. SKC wants to praise Whitey. All I'm doing is stating the absolute truth that the only people who could vote at that time were white men, and they are the ones who made the vote for the abolishment of slavery with the 13th Amendment. Them and them alone. Me stating that is I want to praise Whitey.
Well,
how come Africans didn't end African slavery in Africa? How come those guys didn't take it upon themselves to stop eating each other?
Well, there's still slavery in Africa, so it has.
And they still eat each other. How come the white men have to stop you from doing all this shit?
Guys,
that ain't got shit to do with the U.S. I mean, whatever.
Real quick, I want you to realize it was 1870. Do you know what that means? That means it was both the North and the South that voted for emancipation for slaves and for the voting rights. It's not just the North.
Bro, they had in there.
1870.
Hey, have you read their constitution that they had? Did you read the Confederate Constitution? I think you need to go read that and
I
see
think there was slavery in
what
there.
they yeah, that's what they were fighting for. That's one of the main things they were fighting for, to be able to continue owning their slaves. Go look at the Constitution they wrote
I
up
mean,
We're
for the
talking about
South.
voting.
the American Constitution has slavery written into it. If that's the morality measure, we're all burning in hell.
I'm
So
just saying, though, that the
What
purpose
y'all
to
not
the North
understanding
was trying
is
to
that
Talking
abolish.
about voting. We're not
they
talking.
didn't
I'm saying the
they
vote.
didn't they
The
didn't
vote.
do it because they were the good
Now,
people. They didn't do it for for
No,
morality.
because they
They
were
did it,
forced
my
to.
brother,
They were
because they
forced
wanted
to.
power. They
They
just
Okay,
were
wanted
forced to.
power.
and even if that's the case, and this is a conversation I've always I don't know, it gets under my, it's a bee in my bonnet, as it were. But what you show me, the people before America who ended slavery for moral reasons, who were they?
Nobody that I know of.
Okay, so if slavery had existed for thousands upon thousands of years, it goes back to the earliest written records of all mankind.
Mm-hmm.
Why would somebody have such a hard view of the people who actually put it to rest?
because
hey,
Because
they're
of the way.
ruled by
let's
the
add one more
Bible.
Hey,
dynamic.
you want me to
Do you know
answer the
how
question?
I
difficult?
want
Do
to.
you know how difficult it is to
Want
stop
me to answer the question?
and I'm just
My
going
bad.
by written records. But do you know how difficult it is to stop a human practice that occurred for over 6,000 years with the
You could
signing of just
argue
one document?
slavery itself is human nature. You could argue.
Yeah, and but the difference is, and I think I've told you this before. I talked to you about this before. This was the U.S. was the only slavery that was based around the race of a human being.
Okay.
Did that make it
They
somehow
even
more
had
evil than the other ones?
they even have writings that you could go look up that they said black people skin was made to work out in the sun. That's why
Okay.
they didn't. So it was specifically targeting a certain group. Most of the
Does
time
that make
before
it?
that, listen, let me finish, bro. I'll let y'all talk.
Mhm, mhm.
Before that, all the slavery before that was all dealing with wars. Most people, when they conquered someone, they took the men, whatever men they didn't kill, as slaves, and then they, did the R word and all that stuff, to the women, and they basically were absorbed into that society
That's
over time.
partially not
But
true.
you have to understand, my brother, that the black man is the
All right,
original
bro.
man.
I'm not
Oh,
no
That's
And
motherfucking. I'm not one
I
of them
want to
niggas with
pose
a
a question
kufi,
to you.
dog. Quit
that's
playing with me.
I want to pose a
falsely
question to
not
you
true.
about.
and,
I would like you to answer the question about the color line of it all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
Does
fine.
that make American slavery somehow morally worse than all the other slaveries? Is that a special marker?
it makes it different.
Well, different, of course, but all slavery is different if that's the measure. But does it somehow make it morally more unacceptable because they did it by color?
I mean, it all depends on what you're comfortable with, bro. Like I see it as, yeah, it was way worse in my opinion because of the separation of families, which that happened during other slavery. I get it, but
Okay.
and the destruction that they did to our line,
Okay.
generational lines and stuff like that. I mean, it's
Which happened in other slaveries as well.
yeah, I get it, man, but
But
I don't
I'm
know,
taking
bro.
off
Well,
I'm
well,
taking off my
the
kufi.
reason
That
why
shit
I
was that shit
the
was
reason
that shit
the
was
reason why
evil,
the
bro.
re the reason why I isolate this techie on a, because if you were to write it out, the only rationale that people have so far as the feeling differently about the American slavery is when they say race. But race did not make the slavery worse. other slaves that occurred in all of history, they didn't suffer less because of race.
Which is a
I'm
point
not.
that was brought up
I'm not.
before.
See, I'm
Did
not
y'all
one of
know
those
American
about
people that.
slavery.
I'm not one of those people that's comparing the struggle between certain groups of people that went through
But we
slavery.
should though.
Slavery was
Why can't?
wrong in general in my book.
Right,
You know what I'm
right,
saying?
right, and that's fine, Techie. But this is the problem, and I'm not saying you, but I know that you have heard this in many occasions. People will classify American slavery as the worst slavery that ever existed on planet Earth, and they'll even throw in a non-meaningful word onto it with saying it was chattel, not even knowing what the word chattel means.
Yeah, they do.
Chattel slavery existed way before the word chattel
Yeah,
existed.
they were all chattel slavery essentially, bro. It's a meaningless descriptor. Like
Well, the
what slave is not property?
True.
other thing, real quick, is there was also slavery before in the Americas before any black person was over here, and that was indentured servitude.
Yep.
That
Well,
was
the
you can't really call
Indians
that
practiced
slavery.
slavery.
That's
You
not
can't really call
slavery,
that
bro.
yes,
slavery.
it is indentured servitude.
That's not slavery, bro.
Yes, it is. It's
No,
100.
it's
He said it
not.
was, he clearly indicated that it was before slavery. So
Let me
he
let me
already made a distinction
let me let
that it
me let
wasn't
Slavery,
me
slavery.
let
servitude,
me
you keep your
Slavery.
identity, you keep
Why
your
slavery?
culture and all that stuff. With slavery, they try to erase everything. They want you to basically be a non-playable character. They want you
Well,
to have
Well, I
a
here's
think
backstory and
there's a
nothing.
difference. There's a difference there. The indentured servant literally comes from the culture, whereas the slave is from an alien culture. So they are breaking your culture to make you more like the main
I
culture.
just said that,
So you
Hood.
can't escape that.
here's
I just said that, Hood.
another form of slavery that was it. Back in the day, we had debtors' prison. You couldn't pay your debt, you're going to jail. All your rights were taken from you. What's the difference?
Right. So the
you
idea that
but
slavery didn't
bro,
really exist
both
in
of
the same
those.
way, I think people are overshooting the idea, bro.
All right.
Slavery is human nature, I promise you.
Oh yeah.
I could go against both of those arguments you just made, bro.
They're
Like
both
if someone didn't pay their debts, that's a law that they had at that time period. And so you have to
Look
follow
at
the law.
Australia.
all
And
of that
then the
time.
second point that you said indentured servitude. That's not slavery. You can't even compare that to it
How? You have to
because
give up
okay,
all your
bro.
rights to work off a debt that you purpose. The only difference is one you're giving up yourself and the other one's taken from you. You had no
But let me ask you this. Let me ask you
Well,
this. Did the Africans
one is
did the
doing the
African let me
speed.
no, let me finish. Shut the bro. When let me ask you this though. Did the Africans that were brought over here for slavery, did they agree to that? Did they sign a contract or something saying I'm gonna work for you for generations and generations and not get paid and never be free?
Yeah,
I
I
don't think
agree with Techie on that one. I don't
You
think that
can't.
indentured
I'm saying
servitude
slavery.
is
I never said
equal
it
to
was
slavery.
equal. You guys are conflating equality with. I'm saying there's
Oh,
type.
well, I'm sorry, bro. I apologize if that's what you. Yeah, if you didn't
I'm
mean to
like
compare it directly to that. I
what I'm
mean,
trying to say is we've had multiple types of slavery in this country. Some are not as bad as others, but we've had multiple forms of slavery, and that's what I'm trying to explain. Indentured servitude is a type of slavery. It's self-induced
well, I think
slavery. Going to
even
He said that in his initial statement. He said before slavery there was indentured servitude.
there
So that
was
made a
the whole
distinction.
country
Yeah,
Puritans.
even
that's a distinction in the statement in itself. If it
Could
happened before something, then it had to be different from from
Happened
where it
before it
became.
continued
Yeah.
on.
hey,
Just stop.
Freezone, could you do me a favor? Could you highlight Stanley's comment? I think it would push the conversation further.
Yeah.
He says dummies can't figure out the Constitution made American slavery worse. I'm curious as
What?
to how
What?
that position can
What?
be argued in
Hey,
any way whatsoever.
I'm sorry,
The
but
Hey,
Constitution
I got
abolished
He,
different views on
slavery.
elders.
if
I got
It
I,
abolished it.
he's gonna
hey,
go.
hey,
He's gonna
if
go
if
with the all men are
elders one
created
second.
equal and say it was a contradiction. It was a moral
Can
you
I just
contradiction.
see
say my
That's
if
all we got to
Stanley
say.
if
this is
Stanley
this
want to wait
Somebody
for okay
wanna-
two things, real quick, two things. first off, on the panel, y'all, let's have a little bit of decorum. I mean, it's all y'all versus Techie. So, you know what I'm saying? Let's, because y'all are kind of all chiming in and over talking Techie. So let me get this shit off. Second off, Stanley, if you want to come up, man, you can come up.
Oh yeah, bring his ass up here.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Before
we
y'all-
passed the
before y'all-
we've passed the 3 hour mark. We already had our conversation. So, you know,
before y'all go
Let's
off or
fix-
anything, because I just wanted to listen. Is there anybody that agrees with Stanley?
No.
Hell
Nah.
no.
Does anybody ever agree with Stanley on
I
anything
think-
and
That's
everything?
pure logic right there, bro. You
I think I
cannot agree
understand
with
where he's
Boomer
coming
logic.
from, but I don't agree or accept what he's doing. But I think I know where he's going.
What did Frederick Douglass quote that ended slavery, that got the whole ball moving? He's the part in the Constitution where it says all men are created equal. That's the part that he used to end slavery. That in the Bible is the two documents that ended American slavery. The own Constitution was used to end slavery, because how can you be one fifth of a person yet be created equal at the
I
same
wanted
time?
to bring that up too.
Right
The
there.
Bible part.
But at the same time, the marketing was that black people weren't human. The marketing was to dehumanize black people to make it valid, to enslave them, because they were not human at the same level that
Yeah, but
everybody
the
else
three
was.
fifths was a compromise.
Yes.
They try
Right.
to
I mean,
impose
obviously,
that
somebody
thing.
saw them as fully human. You were fully human in terms of getting the vote.
Well, that
I mean,
was dealing
matter
with
of
a
fact,
The
vote.
three
getting
That was dealing with
population.
the votes.
It was
It
about
was.
population.
Oh
It,
yeah.
it was about the House of Representatives. So they counted them as fully human in that sense. But it was the Northerners that was like, nah, you can't count all them niggas.
But the
right,
other,
Yeah,
I mean, the three
even
fifths rule
before
quantifies it
even
because
before the 3/5, in 1787, they had put a 20-year cap on bringing slaves from Africa.
Mhm.
So whether people wanted to accept it or not, at 1807, that was going to be the end date uh for the transatlantic slave trade for America.
Yep, because they
Nah,
want
not
the
really.
niggas to overpopulate them.
That's by law.
No,
Let me
I
just
get
go
you.
ahead and send
I
it
get
to
what
you.
you're saying. No, I get what you're saying. I know exactly what you're talking about. But you know how shit go. It was gonna be circumventing that shit. That's how a lot of people ended up in those islands right off the coast of Florida, and then they
Well,
was bringing them in.
well,
yeah.
So you see what I'm saying? Like they was gonna get around that. But I get
So
what
it
you're
was no
saying.
slaves.
That it
It was
was
no.
it was yeah, they was gonna get around it some kind of way. That's all I'm saying.
So
but the
I
other,
but
mean,
the three fifths rule kind of supports the dehumanization because it wasn't a 1-for-1 head count. So
Yeah.
it took five slaves to make three people. So that's part of the dehumanization effort
yeah,
in
but
that, you know,
look at
to
voting.
take
Look at
it was there
voting
to
in
cap the
America.
power.
Look at voting in America. You had to be owning land, so you had to be a male. So all the women didn't get the vote till 1913, and if you were poor and didn't own land, you still couldn't vote. So the voting class in America has always been very small until recent times, because you had to be a
Needs to go
male.
back to being small.
Yeah, I'm saying you had to be a male, you had to own property, and you had to be of a certain age and pass, and you had to have money to pay the poll tax. So you had to have money, own property, be educated to pass a poll test just to vote. So that excludes white people too, because if you didn't own land, you couldn't vote.
and some of
There's
them
only the
motherfuckers couldn't read
aristocratic
either.
class. And the only
Hey,
reason why
some of the
they
white
voted
people couldn't
because
read either.
landowners pay taxes. That's the only reason why they got the ability to vote. I mean, women. I mean, you guys are saying that black people who couldn't vote till 1865. Women couldn't vote till 1913.
So
I'm just saying.
Good.
We can talk about the justifications later. I'm just proving facts here.
Well,
Black people had to vote
I'll just
before.
refer to it as how they would be extreme compared to where we are now, because that's because right now ain't it like 60% of votes are from women. So
yep.
if you take that away, then that's a huge voting block that you're getting rid of.
Yeah,
So
country America
that would
right
seem
now is about
extreme.
55% female, 45% male.
Right. Still, you're still eliminating the majority of participating voters. That seems extreme by our standards now.
Yeah,
Just by doing that one simple thing.
the approach that uh that I've taken, Techie, on the whole slavery thing is that, in the view of world history, what we were talking about before, I think conservative, I was talking about how when you look at perspectives from the world, it can kind of change how you view certain things. And seeing that a country that basically was brand new in 1776, to eradicate slavery in what, 90 years, when the rest of the world couldn't do it in over 6,000, I see that as a win, and nothing to look at as like something.
You know,
Why couldn't they done it? And these people are evil, and I don't know, man. That's a great feat.
And it took
I think
blood.
with the
It took
slavery issue, it's like a religious token at this point. And if slavery is America's original sin, then only God Himself can absolve you of sin. And so it becomes this thing that is hung around the neck of the country until it drowns. It's never meant to be alleviated.
How can, but even that, the
Let
the
me
whole idea of stating that slavery was America's original sin, how could it be America's original sin when it was inherited from the world?
It is America's original sin, but it was washed with American blood. The Civil War was the cleansing of that original.
How could it be America's original sin if the rest of the world was practicing it before
Because,
American was even created?
because honestly,
America's original sin was feminism. I'll give us a pass for
Yep.
slavery.
Yep.
Feminism was the original
That's our
sin,
original
goddamn
sin
it.
right there. Say it again,
America.
Hood.
The reason why America's original sin is slavery is because that's the only bad thing in America has done throughout our history. If we keep going back at
Feminism, I'm telling you.
okay, but I'm just
Let
saying
me put on my kufi. Let me put on the.
the reason why we're calling the original sin is because the worst thing America has ever done is slavery. Now you compare that to Europe, you can compare that to Asia, Africa. Our worst thing we did was slavery, and we ended it within 70 years.
And then 100 years later, we nuked some Japanese people. We're pretty cool when you think about it.
And don't forget about all the
So let me put
coups
on my
and
kufi.
don't forget about all the coups and overthrows to other nations that we had done over the last century and a half too. Don't forget about that.
But what is a Christian? We were founded on the Judeo-Christian principles, my brother. And what is a Christian supposed to do with their sin?
Can
Well,
COVID
look,
can
look, you know
COVID
what?
mandates be up in the top 10 of fucked up shit we did?
Oh yeah, that too.
I mean, I
Because
want
it's
to talk
up
about
there.
this Bible thing for a second. I really have to get this out because a lot of folk, a lot of blacks, you niggas, you have this sort of anti-white resentment of the Bible as if it's the white man's religion or white man's Jesus and all that. Never mind that Christianity was in Africa way before way before an Arab was ever born, right? Way before
Yeah,
Muhammad was born.
Ethiopia. Yeah,
The
There
oldest
was
churches
old
in Ethiopia.
Christianity. Thank you, thank you. Allegedly built by angels, but that's another story. The thing is, outside of the white man doing it, the motivation that pushed him along was Christianity. The religion that freed niggas is Christianity. And so it's a weird now like turning on the church after the church is probably the thing that is most responsible for you being free outside of guns and battleships and shit.
You know what I find funny, and shout out to the NOY. I mean, I know a couple of them, but I find it ironic that they the most pro black and talk about so called freedom, but they represent a religion, follow a guy that love to enslave niggas.
Let me
But
say this one thing, man. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I thought you
buddy.
was finished. I
No,
thought
go
you.
ahead,
No, I was just gonna say this one thing. So with Christianity, when it comes to that, um, I think the reason a lot of black people have not resentment, but they they don't trust it is because of how it was manipulated to control us. and it controlled the people that were the slave owners themselves.
I get
I
that.
believe it said in the Bible, you can. It's certain parts in the Bible you can own a slave.
Yeah.
So
Hey, you're supposed to treat
they
them
use
well.
that
Oh yeah.
to justify the slavery. So that's
Right, but
I think that's why people have an issue with it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no. So I just want to add on that in the Bible it says you're supposed to treat your slaves well, though. So
Yes,
what
that's what I was about to
what
say.
Hey,
So
Paul would kind of
Techie,
have is
But it
so
also
what
says you can beat your slave up
discipline.
until a point. Yeah, up until a
so
point where he's almost, long as you don't kill him.
You can also
so
beat your child. So what's the
What
difference?
does Muhammad have to say about your slave, bro? You're a raisin-headed slave. I mean, black folk have really picked the most racist, anti-black religion to reject the religion that
I know,
freed them
right?
from slavery. It's hilarious when I think about it.
I
Muhammad
just
hated
told
you
you.
niggas, bro.
He
I
said
just
the
told you.
same thing. The Bible
just as
said the
a
same thing about children, about
just as a
sparing the rod and all that.
But
You
just
know,
as
it's
a
not.
just as
You
a
look at
but
you're
what
looking
question.
at
but
slavery as good and bad. Slavery's not good or bad. It's a tool.
but what
Just,
what what I was getting at
just as a
earlier was that
question,
that was
just as a question, really quick, to because I thought Techie brought up a good point with the idea that it was used as a tool, to manipulate certain people and so forth. So along those lines, shouldn't black people be against science as well?
Ooh, ooh. Why you had to go there? Why?
I mean, it was used as a tool to promote racial
Yeah.
I think
inferiority.
it did affect black people for a long time. I mean,
So
if you look at like certain parts of science, how they were testing vaccines on black people just to see what it would do, just to see
right.
how it
Or
would
diseases
affect
like
the body.
Eugenics as well.
Then it seems as
Yeah,
though they should have a hatred for science as well.
yeah,
they do.
but over
also
time, obviously,
also you can look at breeding slaves as a form of science too, geneticism, where you get the biggest buck to get with a certain female to produce a certain child, and then also using certain psychological tactics to keep this big buck, this future big buck from being to stay in line as well, and all
Hmm.
that.
and then I still
So you
do
can
see,
go that far as well.
I
and
just
I
so
still do see a lot of people, like black people that really don't. They the ones were doing this before this whole COVID thing that happened. It's a lot of black people out there that vehemently agree with not getting their kids vaccinated.
well,
I did
I just
too.
want to say this real
I'm one of
quick.
those guys, but
I'll mute
Yeah, but
myself.
also
COVID changed
I
their
do want to
mind, now
see.
didn't it? Changed
Yeah.
their mind really quickly. That
You guys
didn't it?
are talking
Hey,
No,
about
it
hey, them
didn't.
vaccines
No,
fucked
it
us
didn't.
up.
No.
A lot
I'll
of
tell you
I
why.
niggas got
think
the
it
Because
did.
vax though. A lot of
my
niggas got the
son,
vax.
I'm
No,
double
but I'm
no,
vaxxed.
my
saying
son,
yeah, but they didn't
my
vax their
son
kids up
is
like that though.
my son is a transplant kid, right? He had an organ transplant, and actually he was immune to COVID because his immune system was already suppressed with having that foreign organ in his body. So there was no need to vaccine.
So I
And
mean,
I was
Yeah,
told him by the
Wow,
doctor.
it is a
you
history
had the
of that
golden
though,
child. Congratulations.
where a lot of black people just didn't trust the government, especially with all the
They
issues that
do now. They do now.
And
What
also with
changed?
drop down.
also with
Yeah,
science,
I think that
you
was
can
like the
use
New Deal that changed all that. Once the New Deal got pushed, that was it, bro.
yeah,
Yep.
I
yeah.
just want
but
Government
you
was
can use
God to
science.
blacks.
I mean,
with this
but if you have
as
enough intelligence, you can
the
use
Bible.
science or religion as a weapon against your
Oh,
enemies.
I
yep.
want
Well, go ahead, Bandit.
and then we get this is the quote from the Bible for slavery. Okay, Colossians 4:1. All right, crap. I found this. Okay, shoot. Colossians 4:1. Damn it! All right, give me 1 second. I'm sorry. My
Who's
phone.
living
While
in
he's
a
doing
horror
that,
film? Somebody's living in a horror
well,
film.
I'm walking
I
outside
don't
and
know.
cars going by, but
I know
I
they
just want
use
to put in.
Ephesians, slaves obey your earthly masters with fear and trembling. I know they use that.
Yeah.
My thing with the my
But
thing with
also in
Christianity,
in the Bible is that slavery is
real
supposed
quick,
to
real
end
quick,
after
bro.
the
Real,
slave
no,
pays
no,
off his
hey,
debt.
hey,
Hold
real,
on,
real,
Matt.
That's all I want to
real
say.
quick.
Slaves just
No,
here,
I got you, but real
but
quick.
you're also will
Re-
be judged in heaven. So the Bible is saying if you treat the way you treat your slave is how I'm going to treat you in heaven.
mhm.
So, like I
My,
said,
my
it's
my take
giving the
on the
tools.
Christianity thing, my take on the Christianity thing in regards to that form of history is that Christianity was really on both sides. The same religion that was used to enslave was also the same religion that was used to free.
Correct.
Religion is just it's just a reflection of human nature, and though it really reflects the moral choices of the people who wield it. You know what I'm saying?
I
So
don't
it could
think.
really go either way
But
Yeah,
with
I don't
religion.
ironically,
think
hey,
any. I don't think any of the Africans selling slaves nor the Arabs selling catching slaves were Christians.
yeah,
Christians
nope.
came in
I was
to
just
buy
about
the
to say that.
slaves. They didn't go
Hey,
catch
hey,
the slaves. So I
hey, no,
don't
no.
know that you can argue Christianity was used to
Hey, look,
enslave, as you just
stop,
said it.
It
stop,
wasn't.
stop,
It was just
stop.
saying, what do you do after you get a slave? This is how you should treat them. It
Now,
didn't say go get a slave. It said now that you got a slave, treat
did
them
y'all
this
know?
way.
Did y'all know that and what's the name just said it for me? Thank you, Ash on Willify. Majority of the small hats with the big nose was primarily
Hook
slave
nose.
holders. You know,
I thought they
I
just
said
paid for
small
the
hat with
ship.
the
I thought they
big
just
nose.
funded the ships. They were also slave
No,
owners too.
Oh yeah,
yes,
Nah, you think they wanted
They
a piece of the
funded
action, bro?
the auction.
they
They
own the
ran the
small hat.
auctions.
Of
Think
course, they want the action.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
think about it. You think a race of people that they like to bargain don't want free labor?
Oh,
No, I'm not saying that. I'm
I
not
mean,
saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying I didn't. I never heard it, so I learned something new today.
you got to
That's all.
understand.
oh yeah,
Just like
oh
you
yeah.
got different forms, you got different forms of Islam. You know, that's different forms of Judaism. And you know who was the biggest proprietors and profiteers of the so-called slave trade? It was the Sephardic and the so-called crypto small head with the big nose.
hmm No, what I was saying with the religion being used to free, I wasn't talking about Africa. I was talking about here in the United States because even the white abolitionists, the black and the white abolitionists, used Christian principles to actually argue for the freeing of slavery. Like it was on both sides. That's where I was coming from.
Yeah, and
You're
I agree.
right.
And they
You're
did,
right.
and that's why it's being used now to go against like some of the policies that are being done within the Trump administration. Like for instance, the one I hear all the time is Matthew 25, basically saying that uh, the what you do for the least of, and I'm going off the top of my head, what you do for the least of us, you will be just. I don't remember how it go, bro. Be honest. Whatever you do for the least of these,
What's Matthew?
whatever you do is Matthew 25. I just
I
can't
got
remember
you.
the verse.
I'll bring it out.
Um,
I'll bring it out. I'm the only brew up here. I'll bring it out. Hold on.
While you're bringing this up, you guys asked about the small hat question with slaves. According to this, Charleston, Savannah, and Richmond, in specific central cities like Charleston, Richmond, Savannah, a high proportion of Jewish families owned slaves in the mid 19th century, with figures over 75% in some areas. 75% of the people in those major cities owned slaves. According to the United States as a whole, the percentage of Jewish households that owned slaves was considered lower, with one source suggesting around 40% of all Jewish households owned slaves. That's pretty high if you think about what part of the population they represent. 40% of
Versus
all Jewish
less
households.
than 1% of white guys.
Yep, this is saying the figures ranging from 1.25 to 1.75 of all in America of all owners being Jewish, but they're saying the general U.S. population, 40% of all Jewish households own slaves. All right, so let that sink in too. And 75% of the Jews that lived in Charleston, Savannah, and Richmond owned slaves.
You want to hear a quick trick to unite the far left and the far right?
What?
What that is?
Slavery.
Yep. Yep. I know he
Is
was
it
gonna go there. I was
slavery?
gonna hear it.
Wait, what is it again?
Slavery.
Well, no, not slavery. Talking about this particular phenomenon. These people, the far left and the
Oh,
far right, come together on this one thing and one thing
Oh,
alone. We don't believe in
oh,
nothing else except some
oh,
niggas is up to something.
oh yeah, oh yeah. My bad. I misheard you. Thank you, sir. Yeah,
Hood
you right.
cracked the code, y'all. He cracked the code.
But that's called the horseshoe effect.
Now the Matthew verse you was looking for, was it the parables or just talk about in general? You know what I'm saying?
It's basically the story about the sheep and the goats, and
Oh
I,
yeah, here
I
you go
kind of
right here.
remember it now.
I got it.
But go ahead.
The son, I got the summary right here. It's Matthew 25, chapter 25, verse 31 through 46. In summary, it basically said the Son of Man sits on his throne and separates people as a shepherd separates sheep from goats. He places the righteous, the sheep, on the right, and the wicked, the goats, on the left. The righteous are blessed for showing kindness to the hungry, thirsty, strangers, naked, sick, and in prison, while the goats are judged for the neglect of these individuals. The lesson, this parable highlights the importance of caring for the needy and vulnerable as an
Yeah,
expression of faithfulness and love for the
and
lower.
that's the parable that
That was a good
they
read, Mr. O. Damn.
yeah, that's
I
what
feel
they
like I'm a,
that's what they
I feel
use
like I'm gonna
for.
use that in a clip in the future for something, man. That may be used in like
Damn, Mr.
a
O.
future video edit.
Oh man, I should have shut
Your
up,
daddy
man.
be
My
I'm
bad.
preaching
at the
though.
edge of my seat on that
No, you
shit.
good. Yeah, you
You
good.
got
I can edit that out, but I may have to use that one
Yeah,
Mr. O
with some
got
like
church in his
that's what
suspenseful
they.
blood.
cinematic
Can
music
you
in the
put a beat on
background.
that?
That's what a lot of people.
Can you put a Gil
Been
Scott
using.
Heron type beat on that?
Oh, Gil Scott Heron. Well, that's an honor right there. So, well, thank you very much.
Yeah,
Yeah,
That was good, bro.
yeah. That they've been using that verse to go against the big beautiful bill, basically saying that it's against God because they've taken away Medicaid, Medicare, like food out of schools. You know what I'm saying, for kids, all that stuff, man.
You got to be really
It just
careful
was
about
mad.
godless people telling you about your God. That's how bad things happen. That's why America's kind of screwed up right now.
That's
Let
why we
godless
have gay
people,
churches.
right? Because
Yep.
Yeah,
godless people started telling you about your God. Be careful about them.
yeah. You got to read it yourself. You gotta, yeah. If that's what you believe, you gotta study for yourself, man.
what I don't like about that summary is that it didn't address the initial process of separating the righteous from the unrighteous. That was part of the passage as well, and identifying which is which.
Yeah,
So that's part of the process as well, and then how they were treated as because they were unrighteous and righteous. Because he gave blessings to the righteous, and
The
then from the in the
the reason.
passage.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but
Now nah, nah, go ahead.
the reason why I brought up the whole thing about science tech, it was uh I think there's probably, well, a person could probably bring up maybe tops 2 to 3, maybe 4 scriptures or something that relates to slavery or something like that. But in science, there are, I mean, so many points throughout history of people using science to show racial inferiority and so forth. I mean, you got all of the classification hierarchy stuff that happened. You had people that were doing the phrenology and the bumps on the head
That's what
and
it was
all of that
called.
junk.
Thank you.
You
I
had
was trying to figure
you,
out what that was. Thank you.
you had the whole Herbert Spencer social Darwinism movement. Of course, eugenics, the IQ testing stuff. The I mean, there's
that's
just
why I took it. That's why I took it to the vaccines because I haven't done a lot of research into the history on how a lot of science was used to prove that certain people were, inferior or whatever. I know I remember the Germans was doing a lot of research on that as well, like sending people traveling around trying to find the origin of their, I don't know, blue-eyed and
Blonde hair.
blonde hair or whatever.
Right.
Like where that
Hey,
all came from. So I mean, and then they also, like, that's why I mentioned that earlier about the blacks um being called inferior, because they said they were so beat down by the sun that their minds wasn't developed or something like that
yeah,
because of the
You
all
talking
that.
color of
about
their skin. It
the
was like a whole bunch of shit,
Yeah,
you
a
talking
whole
all
about
bunch
that
of
the,
type
stuff
of
they
the
stuff.
clever
used.
thoughts of
And
Calvin
Dusty
Candy.
and Dusty says something important where he will say, well,
Calvin Candy.
that wasn't science, or that was, and some people will say, well, that wasn't
But
true
yeah, that was
science.
archaeology.
And
I
then
get
you'll
it.
have other people that will say the way that those people interpreted those scriptures was not true Christianity.
Yeah.
So it's a tool that can be used. You can get certain people who could try to manipulate the stock market and try to manipulate people. So m- people that use tools to manipulate what they really want as an end goal exist in everything.
Yeah, yeah, and that's true. This is just like in 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 Islam. I mean, how can you get somebody to to strap on a bomb and go blow themselves up? You know what I'm saying? They using
Just
their
promise
religion
That
to
them.
do that.
that
You have to
and I'm
promise
not
them
trying
a
to
whole
step on
endless run of
toes.
virgins.
I'm not trying to step on toes, but I'm just speaking out of fact from their book. Just like some have tried to use Islam to uplift their race over other people.
Well,
Yeah,
another point.
That's not in the actual writings of Islam. So I mean,
If you guys want to
Well,
look at a court case
that
with,
comes from the science of conditioning.
well, you guys want to talk about the science and about science and slavery, you guys should look up the 2013 court case Pathology versus Myrid Genetics Incorporated, where they were saying if you took the vaccine, you were considered non-human because your mRNA was changed. So you're technically subhuman at that point. That was a court case not that long ago.
Interesting.
Yeah, so it basically says since business has changed your DNA, you're not considered full human, and that because of that, you are considered a different human genome, which now can be treated as subhuman, and that means you can be and technically owned by the corporation. So instead of white people owning you, a corporation owns you.
Oh well,
Like the Truman Show.
Yes,
that was the whole
Exactly.
thing about the whole Civil War thing. Anyway, see, they were so shameful, and they felt such endless shame for their transgressions through slavery for one particular race. They decided to go ahead and make America into a corporation, make us all.
no, it's just that if you take a substance that changes your DNA, since your genome is not 100% human now, you're considered subhuman, and you are now owned. So it's basically
But
cattle slavery.
hey,
But to
but Bandy,
answer
hold
D,
on.
yeah,
I got a question though. But with that same argument, would that be considered evolution? I mean, if we had to go ahead and really look at it, who really benefit more from so-called slavery? I mean, as far as genetics wise, because who dominates everything? For the simple fact we had the bottom of all things.
depends
I
what your
can answer
Yeah,
that
yeah.
definition
because the
of
way
winning
Hey,
is.
hey,
the,
hey.
the
No,
the
go
way
go ahead and
evolution
go
works.
ahead and go
Yeah,
go ahead and
so
answer that
let
because
me.
I'm gonna read the super chats. I didn't even realize we had so many. I'm not used to reading super chats. Shout out to Hood. These are all on his side. Let me
All right,
read these
so
real quick and then yeah,
yeah,
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
No, actually, go ahead.
All right, so the way evolution works, evolution doesn't alter the original being itself. It only adds to it. So you can see proof of that based on like the fact we have an appendix and we don't really know what it's for, but it serves some kind of purpose back in the day. And then there's also the neural pathways that they found out that originally we couldn't move our fingers individually before. There's a signal that was later on developed on top of that that interferes with that signal to your hand and actually um, sorts it out, distributes the signal to the individual fingers. So that's how evolution works. So what if what was claimed to be true that it alter your DNA? It's not an evolutionary process.
It
It's
does
it's an
alter your
alter.
DNA though, because that's what passes that genetic mutation to the next person. So,
No,
like,
no, no, no. Because if you're no longer human, then it altered the fundamental of you being human. So if it was evolution, you will be human plus.
what
You'll be human, and then it'll add to that. But if
I
Well,
it's
get
take if
it
it's
depends
if
if
it's
it's a
making it
it's if it's a primary or submissive trait. Like for example, like if growing a six finger was a dominant trait, and you had
ooh.
you pass that six finger down to the next person. Guess what? That's going to keep going until two recessive people you know mate and make a kid, and the kid has five fingers. But there's going to be
right, but
more
you still have
six
five
finger
fingers
people
though.
out there if it's a dominant trait, just by
But in
risk.
order to have a six finger, you have to have five.
No, you don't. What means you can't grow two extra fingers? You don't have. It doesn't have to be literally. It just has to be a
No,
genetic
I'm just
mutation
saying
that causes two
to
extra
get
fingers.
to get to the six finger, you have to have five, right? In order for it to be called a six finger, right?
No, you can go from
So,
four. You can go from one to
Yeah,
six. You
that's
have a
not
mutation.
necessarily true. Yeah,
That's not
that's not.
necessarily true.
Let
It's
me
just any
hey,
genetic
put a
mutation.
put a pin in that real quick with the fingers and stuff. Let me read these super chats real quick,
Princess
man.
Bride.
Shout out to DC Slim with the $2. He says, question: what determines if you are right or left?
Ooh.
I would answer that really simply as: are you a collectivist or an individualist? If you're a collectivist, you're going to be a left. If you believe in individualism, you're going to be right.
All right. Shout out to Dick Thug for the 5. He says, I'm still trying to figure out the logic chain behind getting rid of the death penalty, but mocking Charlie Kirk's death.
The
Hmm.
death
Huh.
penalty, the death penalty is for actions you've done. Like if I kill somebody, there has to be justice. The reason why we have a death penalty is because if you rob someone of their life, you, the only justice that you can give for taking someone's life is to end yours.
Well, he's speaking to the hypocrisy of the left wing who wants to do away with stuff like the death penalty, but celebrate the death of a guy who didn't
Yeah,
deserve it. You see?
agreed.
well, the thing is that the left don't believe in just base justice. Have. That's why they believe in other things like social justice, karmic justice, and like Hood said,
Right.
cosmic justice.
Oh, yeah,
Charlie
that's a
Kirk is
shallow
justified
term.
is a well with Charlie Kirk it's a karmic justice because he spewed out all this negativity out there. That negativity came back around to bite him on the ass.
I
Karma.
mean, some people could say karma, but I would. I don't think getting murdered by a leftist truth is karma.
Hold
Oh,
on. Let
I
Freezone
think
finish
that's
the
more
super chat.
direct evil.
Hey,
Yeah, yeah.
before you go
Finish him
down the
out.
rabbit hole, let him finish the super chats.
Yeah, that one's kind of interesting. Hey, yeah, put a pin on that one real quick. Hey, shout out to Wes M for the $5. He says, so did the right fire people for not taking the jab? My wife was pressured and was on the line to lose her 15-year job. Please tell me what the right did. And I think that's it. And I'm actually let me bless y'all with a clip real quick, man.
Banging on the chick cause I'm a gangster bitch. I'm gang banging on the strip on some gangster shit. Hammer in the truck and I can bang this clip. And if you wanna test us, I let the rap to rip.
Wrapped up, get bagging, the slacks ain't sagging. The suit stay pressed while the boys go grab him. The clock keep ticking, the block keep trapping. This one phone call if I wanna toe tag him.
I'm a bag flipper, sipping the jack liquor. Big black jacket on my back, chinchilla. Big wet dipper, whipping the cane quicker. Pocket full of change in the bank got bigger.
Big tipper, the girls get figure. I'm on the block with an hairpin trigger. Money on his head, pick it up for a figure. Pull up on his hood, white KK zipper.
damn, them
Hey, I
motherfuckers.
like that. Can I get that album? Is that on Amazon?
All right.
Is that how we
Y'all,
gonna
y'all
be the
can
next few years in the old folks room? You gonna be holding cyphers like that?
All right, y'all got it. Y'all can pick it up wherever y'all want to, man. I know y'all was talking about the death penalty and Charlie Kirk and all that stuff. You could go ahead, man. Y'all got it.
All right.
Well, in justice terms, you can't have freedom of speech and then have consequences for saying the wrong things that abides by the law, right? So that's why they believe in karmic justice that somehow, some way, the universe is going to correct itself with what you put out there.
Oh, that's so of a Buddhist mind state they be having. I mean, like y'all said, we have been far removed from a Christian nation, so of course they're gonna keep saying karma, 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 this, karma, karma, that. But ironically, I mean, was JFK? He considered a leftist, right? He was a
Catholic.
Democrat.
Yeah.
That too,
Democrat.
Democrat. But so he was for the left, and Charlie Kirk was for the right. Both of them, I'm not discrediting JFK. I'm trying to put them in the same sentence as Charlie Kirk, but they fit both the same bullet. I'm damn.
You said bullet. I heard that.
You're not wrong though.
I heard that.
Thank, yeah, both was assassinated.
I tell you, the same thing on the far left, the far right. We have the same problems at the extremes.
But
See?
the other thing is when people start saying like karma, social, or cosmic justice, that's just another way of saying I'm not going to take accountability for change.
Yep.
I'm appeasing it to something else. I want someone else to do the change, not me. So it's basically being either a cuck or a bitch in a sense. You're not going to make the change. I'm just going to blame it on cosmic justice.
Just like a
Wait.
male feminist soy boy.
Wait, Hood, are you saying the far right killed Kirk?
No, we're talking about the J thing.
You said it's the same way on both
Well,
sides.
Kirk was having a fallout with his Israel backers right in the
Mm-hmm.
last days, and
Mm-hmm.
JFK was forcing
Mm-hmm.
them to take nuclear testing at like some site. I think it's called Dimona or some site they had. Basically, the shit that's going on with Iran right now. This was
There you
Israel
go.
50 years ago,
There you
And
go.
gold
and
standard
so
too. You want to get us
60,
back on the
and
60.
gold
so
standard, and that kind of comes
yeah, and
into.
so and so
Yeah,
yeah.
it was
Once he
definitely
started
lodge
going down
business.
that route, yeah, definitely large
And
business,
also,
bro.
also JFK would be considered right wing by today's standards due to the Overton
Yeah,
window.
he was a Democrat, but back then Democrats were actually conservative, generally speaking. It wasn't
Yes,
like now.
slightly right of center
I mean,
Right.
in today's standards.
I would even consider Malcolm X being on the right because, like,
Technically, yeah.
everybody in the '60s would be considered hard right compared to today. They all believe in families. They all believe in the Bible and everything else. Like you look at anybody from the '60s, even the most liberal person in the '60s would be considered hard right. JFK would be
Yeah.
considered hard right today.
Malcolm X would fight you pro blacks today. He wouldn't know none of you niggas.
Yep, he would. He would call them sellouts.
I mean, you got to think literally 100 years ago, we had the Red Scare, and now you got politicians outright saying they're communists and socialists and everything.
McCarthy was
I mean,
right.
I mean,
Shout out to Stephen
you got
Molyneux.
people on the right calling themselves fascists.
What's wrong with what's
So I'm
wrong
just
with
saying,
fascism?
nothing's wrong with. I
Techie,
mean, hey,
Nah,
Techie.
you don't
Let's
believe
have
you
a
don't
discussion
believe
here.
that, Techie. You think there's something wrong with fascism, Techie? Yeah, you do.
Let's walk through it. Let's walk through it.
all right.
As I understand it, fascism is neither left nor right.
It's
It is
nationalism,
simply a
bro.
state of government. It's simply a state of government authority. How much authority are you willing to give to the government over social issues, right? Are
But
you going to
technically,
tell me
Hood.
that the left wing is not the fascist party already?
But Hood, you gotta understand the rudiments of so-called fascists. See, Mussolini was the pronounced fascist. I mean, small guy with a small mustache, you know what I'm saying, with the crazy part on his head. That was an artist that could have been a great one. He was more of a nationalist, you know what I'm saying? He was more of a national socialist. See,
Y'all know
Well, yeah, I'm
y'all
not
know the
even
same
going that
definition,
far,
right?
but the
Y'all know
reason
the
why
same
I wanted
definition,
to,
right?
well, hold on, one at a time, because I'm trying to build up to a
I don't
thing
say
here.
nothing.
The
Go
reason
ahead.
why the reason why I asked Keep It Techie that question is because it's apparent to me that a lot of us have been kind of conditioned to have a reaction to certain words and ideas without actually walking it through to have a good explanation for the shit, right? And so, like, if you're gonna say to me that fascism is bad, I need to hear the exact metrics of why it's bad. because
I
I
mean,
don't
let me
know
tell
that
you,
one, it's objectively bad, and then two, if fascism is bad, we've been living under fascistic liberals for 30, 40 years now.
I'm not sure about that. Like I can't agree with that because I mean look at it. No, if you go look up fascism, bro, and you look at all the tenets of fascism, you will see the right wing what they're doing right now, consolidating and centralizing power. I know that's one of
The
them.
left controls
Um,
every institution in the American government. I mean,
no, they
not
don't.
government, but
No,
the
they
left
don't.
controls the media. They
No, they
control the
don't.
educational system.
And then look at what Trump is doing right now. He's
Okay, so
basically
they have it
Nah, he
already.
nothing
dismantling.
that shit.
No,
Don't
no,
If
no.
he's
forget. Do not
dismantling
forget
it,
about
then they have it
Barry
already.
Obama. Don't forget about Barry Obama. One of his tenets and one of the things he did when he got into office, he made a bill or some type of amendment so they could basically loosen up propaganda to the public, bro.
Yep.
Yeah.
So there's
So,
no accountability on the media side at all today.
so
So like
Whereas
when we
every
talk
other
about
industry has checks and balances and accountability, media can do and say whatever the fuck they want to.
when
Well,
we
why
talk
Jimmy
about
Kimmel got
industries,
kicked off
well,
today,
things
the
are
other day?
changing though. Things are changing, but the idea that they did not have the power that Trump is now taking away,
So why did
you
the
can't
Do you
even
think
government?
he would
try
have
Why is
that.
gotten
the
kicked off
government?
last year,
Why is the
Techie?
government? Why
Do
is
you
the
think he would have
government?
gotten kicked off last year, Techie?
Hold on, Techie. How many people got
No,
kicked off? How many people got kicked out of their jobs and fired before this ever happened? That was the fascism that you're worried about. It's been here.
it's the same on both sides.
Okay, but one
Okay.
side has been doing
Can I
it for 25 years, bro.
yep.
Okay, well,
And
can I
one
so if you're
side.
let me get
calling
in here real
and
quick?
if you're calling it fascism, then you've already had your fill of it. But you just don't like it when the right has the hand on the gun now. But
No, it
you've been
ain't
living
even
under
that. It ain't
fascism
even
and
that.
you
I
haven't
ain't
been
speaking on
complaining
who
about
got it.
fascism this whole time. But you've
I'm.
Yeah.
been living
Let
Who
under it.
invented
I'm.
cancel
let me
culture,
get
the
in here
left
real
or the
quick.
right?
All right,
Let me
bro.
get in here real quick since
Let,
I'm the
let him speak.
fascism
Go ahead.
expert.
Go ahead.
Well, here's the thing. When you start digging back, like history that, people can see, feel, and touch, you realize that the definition of fascism has changed. Because when you look at it like books, history books that were written right after World War II, fascism had a whole lot about the nuclear family. It was a lot about patriotism, things like that. Just more like Charlie Kirk talking points, basically. And so all of a sudden, around the 1960s and 70s, you see, okay, everybody I hate's a Nazi, and everybody I hate is a fascist.
Well, I just for one thing, why do we have to assume that fascism is on the right? It's there's a lot of studies out there that are saying it's a left wing because it actually every person that's done fascist takeovers have been on the left side.
Yeah.
No, no, no.
National
It's not.
Socialist Party, like why are we accepting their terms?
Yes.
What's the
No,
point?
National
I'm not
Socialists.
accepting their terms. No,
Here's the
never
thing:
have.
National Socialists. That was a troll by Mustache Man. He just took it and ran with the name.
No,
National
he
Socialists weren't Nazis; those are
the people's
Ashkenazis.
car. They invented the whole highway system.
Yeah,
That was
that
the
was
benefit the
Social
people.
Security.
Social
yes.
Security,
It wasn't a
veganism.
left wing. It wasn't a left wing. You're conflating left wing with right wing. National Socialism is basically just centralizing all your resources for the country, for the fatherland.
Is
That's what it was
centralizing
doing.
power a left issue or a right issue? Who
It
centralizes
depends.
power?
It depends on how
I
you.
think regardless of how you slice it, when we're talking about fascism, we're talking about lifting up either the nation or the race over the individual. And a
No,
lot of
not.
motherfuckers in America is not going for that shit.
But see, there
Well,
you go, injecting race in.
listen,
Hold on, real quick. Let
people.
me get in there. When you inject race in it, that's Marxist. And this is the plot. This is the communist idea. The communists want you to think fascism is bad. The communists want you to think fascism is about race. This is all Marxist ideology to get the right arguing with each other. That's all
I
that
think that's
is.
still
We
irrelevant, Trey, because you're still sacrificing the individual for the state. Like
Yes,
that's
exactly.
still gonna
okay,
be a
But it's
no
not.
go,
but he,
That's why it's
regardless
on
but
the
of
here's the
left.
thing.
regardless of if it's race, regardless of if it's religion, regardless of if it's putting the nation first. Your
Okay, why was that? Okay,
individualism.
but here's the thing. Why was that necessary, Freezone, to get rid of the Weimar Republic, which we were heading towards at this point? At least Charlie Kirk's death meant something. We were heading in the direction of the Weimar Republic. Is that what you want here?
We still are going in the direction of
We
white
still headed,
America.
I don't
Yeah, so
understand that one.
so when you centralize power, when you kick out all the immigrants who are coming fouling things up, when you get rid of the scourge of the earth that's ruining your country from the inside, you gotta freaking close the borders. You gotta lock arms. You gotta say, okay, we gotta go America first.
I don't
That's you,
right, but I don't necessarily disagree with America first. The part
that's
that I
fascism,
disagree
Lord.
with, but no, it's not just that. It has to do with the sacrificing of the individual for the sake of the nation. It's the
See,
individual part. Like people
that's
still
where
want to be individuals and have their individual freedom.
Yeah, that would
and
be
see, this is why the definition got changed because what happens in textbook definition after the war, fascism was you get a group of individuals who come together with other individuals and form strong communities based
that's
on like-minded
collectivism.
ideologies, not nothing you can, not none of this racial idolatry or anything else superficial you can worship.
Well, I mean, if you want to talk about the right wing, it would be nationalism versus socialism slash fascism because nationalism is caring
But
about
I
the
only
country. It's still individualistic because you're caring about the country and how it affects you. It's not. It's not government control the means of production.
Well,
There you
That's
and I
what
go.
I'm
know,
That's
saying.
I know this,
communism.
and I know this one
Yes,
guy.
but
I
fascism
know
is
this one
means of
guy that.
control. It's just business and government shaking hands and rolling together.
Yeah,
That's
fascism.
fascism.
Okay, cool. Let's stop freaking sending all the jobs to India and let's hire these people in the
Agreed.
United States.
That's a
That's
nationalistic
fascism.
approach, and that's why
Yeah.
it's not. That's why they hate nationalism over fascism because nationalism is a threat to communism,
Well,
not
whether it's
fascism.
nationalism or fascism, I think both would lead you in the right direction. I've been talking a lot about fascism lately because I'm just unafraid of the word. I think we've all been kind of trained like the Pavlovian thing to just be afraid of certain words. But when you realize the people who want you to die or not have children or to not have money, they want you to be afraid of fascism. So I'm going to explore the thing that my enemies are afraid of.
I mean, that's a very black pill way of doing things.
I agree, Bandit. Take language back.
Yeah. It's like, it's like the N word. Like, fuck it. That's why I'm like, everybody drop it. If, don't make it sacred. Oh, only freaking chimps can use it. No, let everybody let that shit rip. Nigga this,
Yeah,
nigga that. Hard
Quiet,
Shout out
R
to
nigga.
this, hard
Kanye,
R
by the
that.
way.
Let it
All my
rip.
niggas Nazi, nigga. Hell Hitler. Kanye killed the whole world with that.
Yep. Yep.
yeah.
Das Gemüse.
especially with pro black, they saying that it comes from a word meaning king. So why wouldn't I want a white man to call me
What?
king?
Nigga.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why
Nigga.
can't the white man call me a king with a hard R? I'm a hard R king.
Yeah.
Hey,
Nigga.
you know what's funny, man? Hey, Hood, and I gotta say this. I know this ain't got nothing to do with nothing, but I do gotta tell you this. I remember me and you having a discussion a long time ago on a panel, right? Before my daughter got here. And
Hmm.
we were talking and you told me, yo, once your daughter gets here, a lot of the way you view the world is going to change.
Oh, absolutely. Is
And
that true?
it's absolutely true. But here's what I've also noticed. In that time frame, a lot of your viewpoints have changed like a motherfucker. And that shit funny as hell to me, bro.
Because
I don't deny
he
I'm
started
not.
noticing more.
He's the no conservative. He's the no conservative.
I don't deny growth over time. But what specifically are you in reference to when you say I've changed over time?
You've
Like
leaned
what
further
viewpoint?
into you. I mean, you've leaned further into fascism, and to the
Oh
point
yeah.
where
Well, I've
you know
always
the whole Uncle H thing. Yeah,
And
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
and
yeah
you're more
yeah.
anti-hat these days, which is good.
Okay.
I
It's good.
I was
Real
always
good.
anti hat. I was less vocal about it, but I
Yeah.
learned a lot more over the years, and I became more vocal.
Yeah. The speeches, free zone. The speeches. It's
This no,
like,
not just that. Battle Europa. Watching that shit at three
yeah.
o'clock in the morning and can't sleep anymore. It does something to you.
You welcome. I think we found it at the same time. Robert Zephyr put his boat. When you played the Robert Zephyr streams, he pointed out Europa, and we both watched it, and that was like
Yeah,
that was it. But I'll tell you
yeah.
this, and this is how it works. My Dominican wife, who used to be a lefty back in the day, watched 1 hour Europa, and now she's like Uncle H all the way. 1 hour. That's all it took.
That means she was waiting. She was waiting on it.
I got
She
watch
was
it,
waiting
man.
on it.
Yeah, put the link in the back chat or put it in the
It's
comment
it's
section. I got
heavy,
watch
bro.
it.
You gotta find it on like on Rumble or something, bro. It's heavy, man. That shit. Oof.
It's
Like I
on
said,
Rumble.
keep you up all night. Yeah, it's not gonna be on YouTube.
Hey guys, I just got a quick question. Have you guys been getting a lot of? I don't follow him at all, but I've been seeing a massive push with Milo trying to take over Charlie Kirk's spot. Are you guys
Milo
You know
seeing
who?
that?
what?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I don't follow
Yeah.
Milo. Like I'm
I
not
thought
stuck
Ben
to
was
him.
trying to do it.
No,
But
I haven't
Milo,
seen a Milo post in like 3 years.
nah,
Now he's like
he's been going
everywhere.
ham. He's been going ham for the last couple of months. I can
Sunrise,
say it's not
Sunrise
just a
Broker.
pop up,
What's the name of the channel in the what's the name? It's a 10-hour
but
documentary. Damn.
yeah, it is 10 hours, multiple parts. But the thing with Milo, he's gone through a transformation. He was like a right wing gay with a black husband or something. And then one day he kind of started talking too much and he let it slip about, his first, which was an older guy, a way older guy. So he was basically abused by some grown up. And that's how he
And he was
became the way he
underage.
is. Right. That was the beginning of him kind of rebirthing. So he was already a right wing gay dude, and he was saying a lot of shit and getting a lot of attention. And then he had that whole thing where he kind of let the cat out the bag, and so he went quiet for a while, and then he came back. When Kanye was running for president, Nick Fuentes was hanging out with Kanye, and Milo was a part of that at the time. And I guess that's when Milo and Fuentes first encountered or worked together or whatever. Now, obviously, they don't really fuck with each other like that at all. But Milo has been growing. I'm just gonna say it. Milo claims that he doesn't suck black dick anymore, and now he's a real Christian conservative. And he's a funny guy, but I don't trust that shit.
Neither
Oh,
do I. That's
Yeah.
why I find it funny. Like I haven't seen a Milo post in like 3 years, and now he's everywhere. It's just like
Well, he
it feels like a plan, in my opinion.
he kind of found a red pill, like the relationship red pill, and it's kind of funny coming from a log cabin Republican.
Gay men have always been up on bitches, bro. Gay men knew these bitches wasn't shit long time ago. That's why they've been trying to steal their moves.
Yep. Because the women have been confiding in the gay men all this time, so they know the sisterhood secrets.
I'm looking for this documentary. What's the name of the documentary again, Hood?
It's called
Europa.
Battle Europa. No, the full name is Battle Europa.
Hey, look on BitChute.
Yeah, it's on the lesser known platforms. I couldn't watch this shit on. I think I had to watch it on Odyssey back when that was a thing.
Hey, Mr. O, look for it on your burner phone, because you don't want to be put on some kind of list.
What? I used to have one too. I don't really have a burner no more. Might get another one.
That don't matter. They know it's you.
I kind of feel like that anyway. How hard could it be to track me down? You're just gonna geolocate me and realize my two phones are always together.
All it takes is the IP address of the phone you normally use in your burner phone. Like, oh, these two, they're together. Like, they know, bro.
You hear that new shit? They can track. They can like scan your house, like the sonar thing, like that Batman sonar shit he had. But
That's
they can
because
use
people
your
walk
cell
around
phone.
with their phones in their pocket. So yeah, they
They
can
can
scan
use
your
your cell
house.
phone to basically sonar scan your crib, bro. Shit's scary.
Yeah, 'cause people walk around with their phones on them, so they know the path that you go when you go upstairs, you go into the garage, you go up, to the bedroom, to the bathroom. They can map that out because y'all can't separate from your goddamn phones. So
Hey
he
No,
man,
no,
hold
gave
no.
on.
the
He
If I
secret
said
gotta,
away.
no.
if I
What
gotta
he
take a
said is
shit,
the
it's
phone
coming
is
with
in
me,
the
bro.
home.
If
No,
it's a
what
number
he said
two,
is the
the
phone
phone's coming in
is
there.
in the home. The phone is in the
Yeah,
home.
no,
It don't have to be on you. It can just be
yeah,
in the home, and they can scan your house.
yeah. They're
Oh, that.
tapping into the phone to like create a signal. It's like sonar. I'm telling you, it's like some dolphin shit.
And then they can
Like
use that sonar
ultrasound.
to
Ultrasound.
ping another phone and get a better picture of the house. And then they could figure out. They could also
And
figure out your
that's
patterns and everything.
triangulation.
Crazy.
Yep, they use 2 or 3 signals to get a clear picture, and bam, now we know how many people are in this house. That's probably how they raid these damn Mexicans and shit, triangulating their cell
But
phones.
I gotta tell y'all fellas this, man. That's how like we were rolling up dudes in Afghanistan. We were
Yeah,
doing
buddy,
this
I'm
shit
telling you.
like 2001 in Afghanistan.
Imagine what they have now.
Yeah, when
Yeah,
Bin
any
Laden was
tech you
releasing
see
those
come out,
mixtapes.
yeah, the military had it 20 years before. It's like
Yeah.
on January 6th there, they were using profit systems. Y'all wondering how I live streamed. Like we were using profits in Afghanistan long ago in like '03 when I was there. And there's a little workaround to like to be able to get your phone working when a profit system is going. And that's probably why I got my door knocked on.
Well, the other thing is
Mhm.
like have you guys been following the stuff that's in Ukraine with the advances of tech they've been doing with like
Oh, the
missiles
drone
that kill
war in
like
Ukraine is
ordnance and everything?
crazy.
It's crazy.
Drone war. Oh my god, I watched some of that because I'm subbed to certain channels that like put that footage up, and wow, bro.
Like,
That's why like watching the Charlie Kirk thing wasn't like visceral to me because I watch people die way too much. But Ukraine is bloody hell, bro.
well, it's not
Jesus
that tanks
Christ.
are obsolete at this point. Like, there's no way you can build a
Yeah.
tank in a modern warfare because it's just gonna the drones are like you're gonna take out a $1.5 million tank with like
A
what
$50 drone
a fifty
and
dollar
a
drone
hundred
with like
dollars
a
of
ten thousand
Simtex.
dollar ordnance on it. I mean, it doesn't the math doesn't work.
And a
Yeah,
SIM
it's
card.
wild.
I mean, they took out a freaking heavy cruiser, which was the armed equivalent to like a World War II battleship with drones.
I saw one guy. He was a badass too. He took the drone out with his rifle. He was not dying that day.
Yeah. Well, have you seen the new one where they're just like they're doing like the Arbutus back in like the um the feudal times where they're just putting like multiple shotguns together and just like taking out a huge field of um
I
view with
think
like just like 5 shotguns put together.
I think what because drone warfare is such a huge development, they're going to start working on miniature localized EMP bursts.
They are. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing with the shotgun burst. They're using like
Yeah.
metal balls to cause an EMP pulse to take it out.
Ah,
Ooh.
probably electrified pellets to create some
Yeah.
kind of magnetic field. Okay, I
Yep.
could see that.
I mean, that's cool, but they would have to have the EMP shielding for their equipment as well. So that would make
I mean,
Well,
their
it's a
war
twofer.
cost higher too.
It's a twofer though, because you're still firing metal projectiles, but the projectiles create a secondary effect, which would actually widen. It's what do you call like a force multiplier? Instead of one
yeah,
projectile hitting one drone, one projectile just has to come close enough to a drone to affect it.
yeah. It's like making like a net, like a fishing net. Like the ball doesn't have to hit you. It's just the magnetic field needs to do it. But then they're gonna just ionize the skin. They're gonna
Yeah,
of the drones. They'll just what is that called? Faraday cage them. Turn a Faraday cage,
yeah.
you're immune to an EMP pulse. Once they do that, it's game over. Like
We'll
you
all be living
magnetize
in.
the steel, and they won't be able to do it. You just got to
We'll
figure out
all
how to
be.
do the signal.
We'll,
They'll
we'll
figure
all
out
be
something.
living in underground Tesla bunkers at that point.
Yeah,
I keep seeing this
warfare is
video
so
pop up on my
asymmetrical right
YouTube
now.
screen.
What? What?
No, no, the Tesla smart house. I think it's a scam like AI video, but like that's why I said that. Like we're going to be living in Tesla bunkers soon. I think the Tesla company is trying to come up with like the future.
Oh, they did. What is it? The wall in the Middle East, where it's all like you won't have a car. Every city is designed to be walkable.
There's
Super
Teslas
city.
out there.
Yeah,
I didn't know
what
Tesla was in that.
I think it's called the wall. I'll have to send it to you. Yeah,
Well, it's like a mile long city basically,
yeah. It's like
and it's one straight line.
it's like a city block wide, but it's like 125 miles long or something like that. Saudi Arabia is where it's at. It's called the line. Okay, it's
The
gonna.
line.
Yeah, I said a mile long. No, it's way longer. Yeah, but it's a
It's
straight line city, which is the unique thing about it.
it's a
It
it's a
sounds dumb to me. Why would you make a city a straight line?
it's 170 kilometers or 120 miles long, 500 meters tall, and 200 meters wide.
Fucking Jawas, man, they're weird, bro. Why
And
would you want a city?
they're gonna fit 9 million people, or 25% of Saudi Arabia's population in 2022.
They got
Wow.
all that real estate, bro.
They don't have all that real estate. It's mostly desert. That's what maybe that's why they have to
That's
make
what
it
I
a straight
mean.
line.
That's what I mean.
Jawas.
They got all that desert. They got to do. They trying to do something with it.
There's some Star Wars shit, bro. That's why I started calling them Jawas, bro. They're fucking Star Wars desert people.
Well, this is the key thing. I'll read this sentence. The plan of the city is to be powered entirely by renewable energy. It will consist of 3 layers: one on the surface for pedestrians, one underground for infrastructure, and another underground for transportation. Artificial intelligence will monitor the city and use predictive and data models to find ways to improve daily life for its citizens. And I'm going to say improve life in quotes. With residents being paid for submitting data to the line. So basically, you're getting paid to narc on people. Like, talk about dystopian.
You talking about
Yeah.
1984?
No, I'm
That's the
talking about the
movie.
More or
line
less.
from
You know what it
Wikipedia.
sounds like? What was that
Big
movie
Brother.
where they were all trapped? Snowpiercer. It's like
Yep.
Snowpiercer, but it's not moving. You're just stuck in the desert. Like if the train actually just stuck in the desert, it's fucking Snowpiercer, bro.
Yeah, I would send a link, Hood, but I need a wrench. But it's up to you if you want to give me a wrench or not. But
Well,
I would.
that's not my spot anyway. But I'm about to shut this one down because I'm home now and I'm going to sleep soon. I just ate and I'm getting all itis up. So yeah, we're
Yeah,
gonna
man.
wrap
This
this
was
one
a
up.
yeah, this was a good stream, man. I appreciate you coming up. Appreciate the chat. I'm finna hang with the daughter, man. We finna kick it for the night. So
How old's the baby now? I'm hearing like under 2.
3. She's
3.
3,
Okay.
man. Yeah,
Yeah.
man. Hey, we finna swing over to the Crows channel, man. Shout out to everybody, man. I appreciate y'all coming up. We no fuckery today, man. Shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to y'all.
I want to share something with you, father to father. The best time is just before they learn real words, because then they start asking you for shit directly. But right now, they're just it's so dope. That's the best time ever. Like I remember when my little brother. I remember this viscerally. Like you were so dope before you started talking to me. Like you used to just run around and do goofy shit.
Right.
Him.
Nah, man, she's good, and she's that's a what is it? Daughter dad. She like more into me than the mom. So like,
Oh
I
They
think
know
yeah,
where
that's
they
the
that's
come
term.
from.
normal. That's normal. That'll change over the years, but yeah, it starts out that way.
Girl dad.
Girl, yeah. So this shit crazy,
They
man.
they
But hey, shout out.
they know where they come from, bro.
What happened?
They know where they come from instinctively.
Correct, man. But yo, hey, shout out to everybody, man. Y'all cooked up today. We finna take off, man. Peace, everybody. Peace.
Peace.
Bitches born in the 90s that's under 25 can't cook, can't clean. They don't want to work nothing. Niggas that's 31 and over get in relationships with them and wonder why shit ain't working. That's because all young bitches want to do is pop pills, smoke weed, get drunk, lay around, suck dick, eat hot Cheetos, charge they phone, get a sew and weave, twerk, be bisexual, eat McDonald's, wash they pussy in the sink, lie, take selfies, and talk shit through Wi-Fi because they phone never on. Bitches born in the
had some interaction with each other. But before I get into that, shout out to SKC. Says Bernard has a Hugh White. What is that? A Hugh White woman on the screen? Nah, just saying what's up. Been hella busy. Okay, back to cooning. Right on. Keep the coon train. Gotta keep the coon train charging forward. Gotta keep the coon train charging forward. I understand. But no, thank you for the super chat. I do appreciate that. I was just thinking about you. I was just thinking to myself, hell, this morning, I think it was. I was like, I ain't seen SKC in my chat in a while. Because I watched a little bit of Pablo, and I think you was on his panel. And I think I heard your voice. And I was like, damn, I ain't seen SKC in a good little while.